are you, people? All right, this is Tom from the INFJ Experience. If you can hear me, we are live. Now, this is a kind of a spontaneous live today. Well, actually, I planned it for maybe the last half hour. So I would say I've been thinking I should just get out there and have a live. So here we are. Hold on just a second. Okay, yes, it is saying that we are live. Yes. So, people, how are you? If anybody's out there and can hear me, welcome, welcome. I'm trying to right now get the live stream up here. Here we go. Just get it on my laptop, as you know. So, oh, am I doing it again here? Am I doing that again? Oh, gosh. Okay, wait a minute. I did do that again. All right, excuse me, people. Do forgive me. Hopefully, there's always something going on there. I had the thing backwards again. I'm glad I checked it. Okay, now we're here. All right. All right. So for anybody who had seen that, I was backwards again. Yes, so I did not announce this. So if anybody happens to stumble across this, I hope you stick around. And says we have one of yous out there. Hello. And live chat will be up if you want to make some comments and talk a little bit and let me know how you're doing out there. So just to tell me how's life treating you? How's everything going out there in your part of the world, wherever you might be? I thought I might try a later Saturday night one, and maybe just in the hunch that maybe I reach some people, in other countries. There could be some people in other countries right now that are maybe just starting their day on the other side. No, they're not just. It's not late afternoon. They're starting the day, and you'd like to hang out and talk a little bit, do that kind of thing. And if not, we have some probably some late nights, people enjoying their Saturday evenings here in the good old US of A, I guess you could say. So, but if there's anything on your mind, any questions, listen, I just really felt as though I needed to touch base again. I just felt like I've been kind of busy. And I noticed I haven't done a lot of shorts this week. Sometimes work does get a little bit hectic going back and forth to work and things like that. And sometimes I'm thinking, all right, I try to cut a video and it's like, I'm just not feeling it. Sometimes I know it may look easy, like, oh yeah, you just record a video, you come up with something, you come up with a story. Sometimes they roll right out. I gotta be honest with you. And sometimes it's like, what do I do? What can I do today? Well, what topic do I come up with? And sometimes I draw a blank. I'm like, yeah, but I just don't want to just say something for the sake of it. So then I just kind of, all right, maybe I'll get something. Maybe I'll get inspiration at some point. So that's usually how things go. So, but anyway, so yep, it says there are two of you out there watching. Hello, welcome. So. But that's pretty much it. Not only that, I am starting to research computer components. I've been doing a lot of research online, thinking I'm going to build a PC, get an editing PC, get something where I can do better live streams, something that I can have more of a studio. My goal is to get a studio. You ever see those people? And they're in their studio, they get their microphones and they get their things all set up and they're just doing their broadcast from their studio and they get a camera set up, however they might have it. I mean, I'd eventually like to get to that point. So, but it's going to take a little time. Obviously, that does take time, takes a little effort. But that's ultimately the goal I'd like to go with. So, okay. So, if anybody's out there, anybody'd like to chat, you can put down your comments here, and I'd be glad to ask any questions. If you're new to this channel, if you've never seen me before, welcome. My name's Tom, and this is the INFJ Experience. And yes, we cover basically the personality type, the MBTI personality types, especially introverted intuitive personality types. We discuss them, and we usually just like to, you know, bring up topics that we all have in common, and just to try to see our lives through a little better, because sometimes our personality types are complicated, and especially having the one that we have, the INFJ personality type, is a very complicated personality. And if anybody has grown up their life having this personality, they'll agree that it's tough to navigate. It's a very confusing personality through the life. So typically, that's why we like to discuss these. So we have at least some kind of something in common that we can talk about that covers these kind of things. That's all. So, but as far as the channel's going, yes, it is growing. The channel itself has grown. The subscribers are up to over 600, almost 600 and almost 650, give or take, and 648 actually. I got it right down there. I'm just looking. 648. Okay, not quite 1,000, but that's how you work it up. So that it's happening. So bottom line is it is a growing channel, and that is the important thing behind everything, is that the channel is getting bigger. Okay, so now I got one watching. Okay, maybe some more people would just stumble across this and decide they want to join on in here. That's all. But as far as that goes, yeah, again, the channel is in good shape in that way. So, but as far as the INFJ content, as far as just producing good content, yeah, that's something I try to strive for. I feel like, do I need to start reading more books? Do I need to really start reading on it, or watching more videos? I mean, a lot of it is I try to base a lot of these INFJ issues that we have based on just my own experience. Now, a lot of times, of course, I see a lot of similarities. Every time you watch a video or read something or even talk to you online here, and some of the comments come back, we know we have very similar traits. I can see it in almost every one of you when you see that the traits are all very similar. And so that's something we share in common. I mean, we've had this personality, obviously, our whole life, and a lot of times we've struggled through it. Sometimes it doesn't seem like we're living life. Sometimes it's like we're surviving a life. We're navigating our life as if you were caught in a deserted island, or you were trapped somewhere with no food or water and no electricity. And you were having to go with rations, and you were trying to rough it out, tough it out. I mean, a lot of times just having this personality, especially early on in our lives, is like a survival mode. We're just trying to navigate it through. I mean, in an emotional sense, in a way of just navigating our life, navigating our world in emotionally, just trying to make sure that we can get through certain bouts of our mind. Our mind gets it races. It gets a little bit overwhelmed at times, and sometimes we have to just maintain our lives while we're going through this. So it's a survival course that we usually have to navigate through our life. So, but these are some of the things that I've discovered, especially since I've discovered this MBTI type, but also just because I've actually accepted it and said, okay, this is what it is. I've learned about it, and it's gotten so much better. So that's why this channel exists, is because my life had gotten better once I embraced the fact that this INFJ personality that I had is what it was. I wasn't alone. I wasn't the only one in the world that had this. It's very rare, yes, but being that it's so rare, we don't typically know a lot of people like us. And typically people, look at us and say that, we're we're different. We're sometimes a little bit thought to be outcasts, the misfits, the weird ones. Some people call us weird because it's just the way we are, just because of the way we talk, because of the way we live our lives. From the outside looking in, it's in an INFJ, you might say that they're a strange person, that they have a bit of an odd way about them, the way they do things. So we've known this most of our life, that we've been a weird type of personality, that we typically have our drawbacks that way. But this is what the channel is for. This is what our channel is all about. It's just to basically, so we have a place to go. We have a place we can talk about these things. And of course, I try to come up with videos covering different topics of these, of our personality, and to the best I can. And yeah, just try to fill it all in. And of course, your comments are always well received. And so many times when I see your comments, I say, yeah, okay, we do have similar struggles. We do have similar things that we have in common, having this personality. That's all. So anyway, if anybody would like to maybe enter in who you are, maybe tell me who you are out there. I got a couple of yous watching. If you'd like, you can join this and just tell me where you're from if you'd like. So I'm from New Hampshire in the United States. Right now, we're in the middle of winter. I'm sure most of the northern hemisphere of the world is, if anybody's in this temporal region. I know anybody down south is having their summer right about now, so that's why I'm interested, just to know if anybody's from Australia right now, maybe New Zealand, maybe India. There could be many different countries out there. In fact, there was a couple of times I hosted a live a couple of weeks ago, and somebody from Pakistan was out there. Somebody from Russia actually was out there as well. So there's quite a few that tend to join the broadcast occasionally. So okay, but that's bottom line. What the channel is about, though. That is, well, what it is about, though, is just trying to gather a community of INFJs and other introverted intuitives, for that matter, and just have these discussions here for us. So, and so far, I've already covered a good variety of different things over the course of 6 months. This channel has been here for 6 months. I mean, roughly 6 months. I started this I think in early June. And so it went through the rest of all last year. So it's already on its 7th month, I would imagine. So it's still a fairly young channel. This is my first channel I've ever had. So I'm fairly new at it. But I mean, in 6 months, I've learned quite a bit about YouTube and about broadcasting. And it's really opened my eyes up quite a bit. It's been quite a different experience for me on just doing this YouTube chats and things like that. But I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it when I have it. And some of the things that enlightens me the most are just knowing that when your people are out there. And I know that if I'm making an impact, if somehow this is helping our lives, if just by knowing that sometimes we're not alone in this world, and we do. This is one of the fundamental drawbacks of being an INFJ, is because we're so isolated. A lot of times, the way our mind works, we're introverts and we're intuitives. So we're in our mind a lot, and we think a lot, and we are pretty much, the way our mind works is we're there first. We're thinking, we're in our mind, we're introverted. And so a lot of times that's our world, is our inner mind, our inner workings of our mind. And so, of course, then we have introverted thinking. We're just built that way. We're always in our head quite a bit. And a lot of times we feel we're all alone out there. We feel very isolated from time to time in our head. Feel very alone, not knowing if there's anybody else like us. And that leads us to a lot of bouts of depression. So many times, bouts of sadness, bouts of just thinking that we're alone on this deserted island and and nobody's around but us. So these are some of the drawbacks we have, is that this personality type does confuse us many times in our life. And living through this a lot of times oblivious to your type. When you think you're the only one and you don't even understand quite what your mind is, this is it can be a very difficult journey to take. A lot of times, like I said, if people are looking at you from the outside, seeing you, and as much as you try to keep it in and try to keep your poker face and live your life, but inside you're going through these turmoil moments. Sometimes you feel like you're alone. But when you find channels like this, when you find other INFJs, other introverted intuitives that are going through similar things, you don't feel as alone. You feel like, okay, you found people that you have something in common with, finally, because we are that rare. I mean, the speculation is that with the MBTI, the way it is drawn out, the way certain personality types, there's some that are more common and there's some that are more rare. And the INFJ personality type is in some ways the most rare. It's the rarest personality type, with just under 2%, and in some cases 1% of the population, which is very rare. So we don't typically bump into a lot of other INFJs in the world. So that's basically why it's here. That's why I do what I'm doing. Okay. All right. So I was hoping more people might join in or jump in at some point. That's okay. It's maybe this is just like I said, this was an unannounced live broadcast, so nobody really knew I was doing this at any point. Yes. So anyway, that's pretty much why this channel is what it is, and why it exists as it is. And also, it's just so occasionally though, some of the people that are on my on this channel typically, a lot of them give me a lot of good ideas and insights quite a bit. So I mean, I usually like to listen to others and get their insights and things like that typically, and that means a lot. It's just getting feedback from different people typically. So all right. So, but as far as see, now that I'm live, I have to keep talking. That's another thing. I'm here. I didn't come up with a script like, oh gosh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I mean, a lot of times, sometimes I might go into a monologue, but now I'm like, gosh, now I got to keep talking over here. It's like, I'm live. Now you got to keep just rolling with the punches here. So a lot of times though, sometimes people, when they chat with me, I'll read their chats. That kind of fills me in a little bit. It gives me a little bit of inspiration. So I have somebody out there. No, somebody else just jumped back in here. So we got two. But yes, that is the state of the union of the channel, and that's basically what this channel is about. So, but if you do know that you have, if maybe you're drawn to this, whoever's out there, if you are drawn to the INFJ personality type, maybe you are INFJ, and this is what has a common bond here, then yes, this is one of the many channels. There's several out there. There's a few out there, and they've actually helped me out quite a bit. Just understanding who I was over the course of the last maybe 3 years, since I stumbled across a YouTube video and just saw that what it was. That it was a YouTube video about something. It was a topic that I resonated with. Then I started watching videos, more and more videos based on the INFJ personality, and I so much understood what was going on. I so much related to the videos and some of the hosts that were talking, that I just looked more into it. And at one point I was just fascinated with the whole concept of it, thinking, okay, so this is what it is. I mean, there's nothing wrong with me. My mind is fine. I have a clear mind. I mean, I don't have mental illness. I guess it's just a very rare personality. That's all it is. And when you find this out, this is another reason why this station is here, is because by just understanding that you have this type, and it's just liberating in so many ways. It's eye-opening for you to finally realize, oh wow, you mean this is a personality type? There's an MBTI type indicator in the world, and so this is a rare type, and so that's why my mind works the way it is. It's just that's the way this is. It's an incompatible kind of alignments in the functions that just make the mind is as confusing as it is sometimes. So a lot of times, I mean, we have almost incompatible functions because we're introverted, intuitive. We're always in our mind. We're always wanting to be pretty much isolated. We like our alone time. We gather strength from being alone. That's what introverts are. Typically, there's two type of people. There's introverted people, and then there's the extroverted people. Then you got the other people that just, you know them. You've grown them up. The people that they love people, and they just need to have more and more friends around. And they're the ones that seem like they gather strength the more that they're involved with people. The more they're on the phone, the more they're getting together, hanging out with people, doing activities with people. It charges them. It gives them life. Now, an introvert is opposite that. Introverted people gather more of their strength from alone time. They're the type they like to read a book, or they're the type they like to take a nature walk by themselves, things like that. They're not drawn to lots of people for very long. Not to say they don't have friends, but they have limits. They have certain times that they can spend with them, because a lot of times people drain them. It's just the opposite of what an extrovert is. So introverted people gather their strength from alone time, while extroverted people are the opposite. They actually they gather their strength from their alone time, while extroverted, gather their strength from other people, basically. That's what it is. So, but these are the two main differences. But then there's the other alignments that fall in place. The introverted intuitives. And intuitive people always are thinking, and they're always processing in their mind. They're always trying to piece together, almost like piecing together puzzles of what they see around in their mind. They're always trying to gather more information. They're trying to just read the room, read people around them, read situations, trying to look for future possibilities with their introverted intuition. And so, but this is a rare combination. Like the introverted intuitives are very perceptive that way. That's their main dominant function. While extroverted sensor types, they just kind of see the senses, and they gather a lot from just the senses around them. So there's main distinctions. These are some of the ways they break down personality types, things like that. That's what they do mainly. And of course, there's people that are more emotional, and there's more people that are logical. Typically, there's people like the type. You must know there's some people they think more with their heart, and they're more the heart type. And then some other people want to make decisions based on their logic, on the way they think, on what is just rational. So usually the INFJ falls under the F, which is the feeling type. So that third function is the F, the feeling or the thinking. So that's the third part of that whole thing is that. And so then the last is the judging, which is just how they put things in order, how they perceive things, how they like to plan things out, look things into the future, how they would like to put things into alignments and things like that, put things into order. And perceivers are more spontaneous. Okay. So, all right. Well, somebody's hanging around out there. How you doing there? Okay. But that's basically it. That's basically how things go. So, but well, like I said, my name's Tom, and I'm here. I'm doing these channels because I like just to make sure that we have some place to go. All right, that's basically it. And I just know how they help me. bottom line is the reason I started this was I wanted to I wanted to find a YouTube channel. I wanted to do something. I knew that. And I thought, well, what am I good at? What could I come up with? And I thought, well, and then I just thought, well, why not just do the INFJ experience? Just do that. It's something that I have a little bit of expertise in. I mean, anybody that has this personality is just that alone is being that it's as rare as it is. I mean, that kind of puts you into a category where you could offer insight, information, and just basically somebody that has the experience of it. And that puts you into almost a category in itself. So I thought, well, I can do that. I'll just go with a personality type of ace, things like that. Okay. But that's basically it. But, okay. I probably really should. What I'm going to have to do is maybe I'll have to do a little bit more advertising. When I do advertise for a live broadcast, I get more people watching. That's okay. I do have one watching right now. But usually when I do at least advertise it, have a certain time, people know. I think, that's the whole thing behind it. I mean, INFJs are very, they like to plan things. And when I plan things out, when you have a time to be somewhere, then you can plan it out. These spontaneous ones, I'm finding out now when it's not announced and I just show up here. I know I'm starting to figure out now that that it doesn't resonate as well as just making sure people knew about that. That's all. Okay. Yeah, but like I said, I was earlier today, I was in fact just before I got on the air here, I was actually researching, like I said, computers. I'm going on these different websites or these I should say these channels where there's just computer people out there. And the ones that know how to build computers, and I got a certain budget I'd like to stay in. It's like, okay, build a budget PC that can edit, things like that, you know what I mean? And then I can maybe make some good videos with some more depths in it, something more than just the phone can do. So I was just on there. So I was researching a lot of different components because I'm going to eventually have all these components, you know, I'm going to order them online, maybe through Amazon, and have everything delivered. And I'm going to just build the computer. That'll be the first time. See, that's another thing. I mean, now all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'd like to build a computer. I mean, not just get a used one, put this whole thing together, get the motherboard, the CPU, put it on, you know, because I'm watching all these tutorial videos on computer building and things like that. I'm like, I could do that. It takes, you know, you got to kind of be careful what you're doing, and you got to put it together. You got to get all the power packs, get all the right parts, put it in the case with all the coolers and things. And I thought, hey, you know, this looks kind of cool. Why not? You know, so I'm thinking, well, that's just part of a new venture that I'm going to take. Then after that, just set up the whole, you know, like I said, a whole like studio. Eventually my plan is get a studio, get the microphones, get a couple monitors. So instead of me, you know, so I'm talking here now, it'd be like at my studio, you know what I mean? Have the monitors all right there and have a couple of cameras ready to go. There you go. So that's eventually what I'd like to do. So, and then another thing, what I was thinking, if I could get into like maybe making different type of videos, like as far as documentary type, this is really what I want to do. Now this is going to be in some time, depending on how much time and effort I put into it down the line, you know, just even making some kind of those AI type documentaries, things like that. That's another plan I have eventually, just showing videos that are, you know, basically outlining the INFJ. And there's a bunch of those AI ones out there now, and they just kind of, they're very generic. They're voiceovers. Some of them was those AI generated voices. I don't know how far I want to get into too much AI. I mean, I'd like to think I can do some, like either animated or AI something, just to do diagrams and how the mind works, the you know, our mind, that is. I mean, I do have different plans I'd like to get into, but of course there's so much learning I have to do. I mean, it's just a venture, But I'm willing to take it eventually. And as funds get there, as I know that I get closer to retirement, I mean I'm just a few years away from mortgaging the house. There's so many plans. I've already thought ahead what I'd like to do. But there's plans out there. But eventually I'd like to think they're all going to just take place. They're all just going to come about at some point. So, but that's basically it. But the thing is, yes, that's why the channel is here. So if you have the INFJ personality type, and I can only say, in my own experience, since I found out my type and I started looking more into the MBTI, it's actually helped me understand my mind so much better. It's actually helped me to understand the way my mind thinks. It doesn't cure you. It's just a way of understanding your mind. It's just a way of understanding the way your mind processes things. And so they are helpful. I'm living proof of that. Now, since I figured that out, once you understand that that's what your mind is, and once you just accept the fact that you are a certain rare personality type, a lot of times that helps out immensely, just to help you figure out who you are and understand that how your mind goes. So that's the basics as to why the channel is here as it is. Okay, but yeah, so that is the state of how things are going, and I'm glad I have. Yep. Okay, I still got somebody out there watching. Good to see you. Yeah. So where are you from anyway? Anybody want to tell me where they're from? Like, if are they from another country or are they just okay? Well, but all right. So that's basically it. That's basically how I plan to do things eventually with the channel, with how things are going. So, but sometimes I wonder, like, I'd like to do videos cover more like current events instead of just having it like how we're personally affected. Like, but because a lot of times we have a lot of personal afflictions. A lot of times it's our own inner turmoil, and I focus a lot on that, the inner turmoil of INFJs and what we do go on a personal level. But a lot of times too is the way the world affects us. A lot of times the way current events affect us, and what things are going on in the world too, because a lot of times our turmoil is it's personal. But of course, things happen. Sometimes we hear things on the news. We might hear things, current events on, from what we see on the radio or TV. And sometimes that can affect us. Now, personally, a lot of times because of that, because occasionally I see the media the way it is, and it seems they focus so much on negative. They're so negative in so many ways. I can't watch it, a lot of it. I try to shield myself from it. Not to say I'm hiding from it, but because it's so toxic, and a lot of times I think they focus so much on that, and they like to glam because of the ratings. They go for that toxic kind of negative stuff. And I can kind of see right through it. I see that's why they do it. They love to focus on dysfunction, and they love to perpetuate it so much. I'm actually at the point where you see right through it. You know that they're just doing this for ratings. They're looking for that whole shock value, and they just like to perpetuate this kind of thing. And then usually things that are making sense, they put a negative spin on things that are actually beneficial, it seems. It's almost like the media is backwards in so many ways. But that affects us. Sometimes seeing that, the way it happens, affects us. Maybe it gets down to a point where we can't even watch anymore because we see through it. We know it's a lot of lies. This is my own stance, is that I can't really follow up too much in current events, because a lot of times you wonder how much of it is just shock value and how much they're just trying to get a reaction out of you, whether it be a negative reaction or whatever. But a lot of times just staying out of that, just staying away from that kind of negative influence is what we have to do. That's the way it is with me. Now, of course, there's things that happen in the world. I mean, there's always going to be current events. You know, wars might break out, and you might hear things on the news, and events happen that we have to understand. I mean, but for the most part, it gets to the point that it gets almost like I said, it gets toxic to the point where you just want to tune it out, because a lot of times it's just not good for our mind when we're subject to that, especially when you're seeing right through it, when you're seeing it for what it is, and then it's almost to the point now. It's like you spot that lie. A lot of times, that's one thing. INFJs are good at, like, looking at little lies. We see behind the scenes. A lot of times we see the inner workings. Sometimes people are oblivious. I mean, it's like we have the ability to see behind the scenes. And like I said, you can almost know that they're using that reverse psychology. They're using that negative, toxic psychology just for ratings, and perpetuating that. So you don't even want to be around things like that. So a lot of times, yes, we're affected, but we have our own personal, internal things that affect us. And a lot of times we're affected by what we see. And we can actually see this as even draining, just seeing this for what it is, when you're constantly bombarded with that kind of negativity and news, the way they present it, it can be draining. So a lot of times, yeah, we have to limit ourselves on what we see, on what we want to put into our mind. So that's just that is the way it is with me, is that I can just limit myself to what I want to see. I'm just noticing that as I get older, especially the less I want to see things like that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you think the same way. If you want to leave a comment, let me know. That's okay. All right. But anyway, that's what the channel is. That's what we're here for. So, well, but we are, as a channel, though, like I said, it is it's growing all the time. 648, and I do notice that now that a lot of times the channel is just steadily, it grows. I noticed that a lot of the views are coming in steadily. I mean, certain videos I put out don't get as many. I mean, I have to always take it upon myself when certain videos don't get taken out there, and I have to say, well, it just wasn't that good a video, or maybe I didn't get enough people in. I mean, a lot of times as they tell you how to make a video, you got to really, in the first 30 seconds, you have to draw somebody in, and you got to make sure that they want to stick around to hear your message, and you got to get right to your point. Sometimes I'm good at that. Other times, if you spend too much time introducing yourself, yeah, people just tune you out. And so then when you get to what you want to say, half your audience is gone. So it's funny how this thing works. It really is. How media works. But that's one of the things I've been starting to get to learn about media, basically. Is that being a YouTuber, it's almost like the way it was back years ago with these stations, just these regular TV stations, and how they had to find certain people that, whatever it was, show host, that was all about their personalities. It was all about how they were likable, how they could captivate an audience or lose an audience for that matter, and it was all in how they delivered, and everything was about ratings. Your station, your channel, I've noticed is pretty much almost identical to that. And you have to manage it just like as if you were running a regular TV channel almost. I know it's only an individual. It's a smaller, more private format with YouTube. But the whole thing is it's run very similar to that. So a lot of times, you have to almost like have that mind where you're checking analytics. You want to make sure that your audience is like liking what your message is. You got to make sure that you deliver your message and what your point is right away, so you can keep an audience and things like that. Yeah, it's all about and how things end up in the rating system, and how well you can perform. Because obviously, yes, I mean, it's all about people subscribing. It's about people tuning in, watching your videos. Is all about what it is about. So yeah, but it all seems to just be more of on an individual basis. So it's like, it's my channel. If you have your own channel out there and you got one, you kind of know that's the way it is. It just works very similar. It's just like running your own network, your own TV network, and you got to keep watching those analytics and watching your ratings to make sure people are hanging around. So, but that's basically what it's all about. So, all right, okay. Well, what time is it anyway? It is what? Oh gosh, it's like 10 o'clock at night, isn't it? Something like that. Okay, I didn't even realize what time it was out there. So, but that's bottom line of what it is. So, I was thinking I might get, like I said, I was hoping I might even be able to get some people from other countries. If anybody's from Australia, especially obviously the English-speaking countries out there. Now, I know there's a lot of English-speaking countries out in the world, and there's plenty, like pretty much all around the world. So a lot of times, I mean, yes, I know there's translations. I don't know if this translation works too well, or the AI translation. I think it works better on recorded videos. So a lot of times if you record a video, and it just understand, it could translate. Some of my videos are translated into other languages around the world without me even knowing it, just automatically. So they take my text and they translate it. So it's like auto dubbed right in. I don't believe that works though in a live broadcast. It's the technology is not there to make it that fast. So this is strictly mainly for, like, I would imagine, English speaking countries. I would think that would be the only one that would have a draw at this point here, unless somebody understood English and they were from another country like that. So, but bottom line is, yeah, that's what the channel is, and this is some of the things I guess I'm just trying to talk about. Some of the things I've learned in the last 6 months since I've started this channel. Just had this channel for what it is. So. But it has been an interesting venture to this point, I must say. So, but having the INFJ personality type being as rare as it is, yes, fundamentally, these channels are just to give us a voice, give us an outlet. Give us some kind of understanding that, yes, we're not alone. And now we have other people that are basically just like us, and we thought we were alone in the world. So that's the beauty of it all, is that we have now at least a network. I mean, we could be hundreds, thousands of miles away from each other, but at least now we're drawn in by technology, by this mass media technology. And this has us an ability to find each other through those means. So in a way, it's a miracle that we're able to stay in touch in this way. So, all right, I've been doing this for 43 minutes. Okay, all right. So I guess I've learned a little bit though. All right, when you do a live broadcast, you're gonna have to make sure you announce it. I'm going to do that from now on. I've noticed, because nobody really knew I was here, that, I'm not really drawing in a lot of people. Except for one. I still see one that's staying with me. That's why I'm here. It's for you. I see a couple join in every so often. They don't stick around, but, maybe they're just glancing or they're thumbing through. But I know somebody's out there, though. But, well, anyway, if you are a subscriber to my channel, if you are, then I'm hoping you like some of the videos I've got out there. Maybe if I've helped out in any way, or if anything that I've said has drawn you in, then I'm glad. I'm definitely glad you're out there in the audience. I can say that much. So, and if there's anything I can ever do as far as like help out a little bit. Sometimes I like to think I can offer some kind of advice too. I mean, I think we all have something that we can offer. I mean, especially as INFJs, there's something because we've all had different experiences in our life, and I got to tell you, some of us older INFJs. Now I'm an older guy. I'm in my 60s now, my early 60s, but most of my life, yeah, I've had a difficult life through most of my youth. So a lot of times, I think honestly, I try to reach out to the youth of with this personality because they need it the most in a lot of ways. Not to say nobody else does, but when you're young, it seems it's the most confusing part of your life, and so many bad decisions can be made from this because I did myself. I had a very, very turbulent early life, and I did made some very stupid decisions in my life. And some of the decisions I made could have cost me my life, could have cost me the rest of my, it could have basically destroyed my health and my life in so many ways. And I was just lucky I survived my youth with some of the decisions I made that could have killed me. So I know that it's a very difficult personality to have, especially younger on in your life. Because, I mean, you're confused enough already. I mean, just we go through so many hormonal changes, so many, changes of life. Our bodies are starting to wake up, our hormones, our puberty, things like that. Our bodies are changing. And then you have a mind on top of that. You have this introverted, intuitive mind on top of all these other things that are going through. Now, you take the INFJ child or adolescent, and it's going to compound. These things will be heavily compounded on youth because of what I just listed too. So there's so many different things. Your body's changing, and now that's going to have your mind change as well in an already racing mind, in a mind that's already very complicated. So it's especially important. So a lot of times that's what I do. I try to address some of the younger INFJs out there and to basically find out more about the way their mind thinks at an earlier age. Because I wish I could have. I would have made different decisions if I would have found out early. I mean, again, it's not a cure, but it at least would have got me understanding that my mind is not just individual. That there's, that it's just a type. That it's a very rare type. So typically that's why I like to address the youth, especially out there in the world as well. Okay. But so I've had several videos just addressing a lot of the times the youth because I do that because part of me says I wish I was there for me when I was that age. If I only could have been, my future self could go back and go back into time and just help myself out in a way. That's basically what it is. You wish you could have been that, but you weren't there for yourself. You couldn't be, obviously, but you wish you could have been. So the best I can do now is just try to be that voice of reason for those out there. And if there's any questions and things, I typically like to, I would take questions and things like that. But a lot of the times is our confusion as we're young. Like I said, it has a lot to do with just growing pains, growing and development, compounding our racing mind as it is. It's just the compounding of the two. And that's what makes it all the more confusing. But typically after you get through a certain point in your life, I've noticed with my own self is that once I get into, I'd say my 30s, mid-30s, is when I finally started getting more of a grasp on my mind. But it took many, many years. And even then I had bouts of confusion, bouts of depression. up until just about 3, 4 years ago when I finally stumbled across this YouTube universe here, this YouTube videos, and found out what the MBTI was. So I know I've told this story before. I have mentioned this before, but it's worth telling again because somebody may not have heard this. But I think a lot of times INFJs, when they discover their type, have been right here on YouTube. And that seems to be where a lot of them find out what it is. I mean, I'm sure it's not exclusively that, but a lot of times that's how we discover our types, is just here through an algorithm. Maybe you just stumble across a video. Maybe you stumble across a guy like me just talking in his chair into a camera, talking about this rare personality type, and just telling you a little bit about the symptoms of it. And something might ring true and say, hey, I think I understand that. Yeah, and then you start looking more into it. And when you do figure it out, the bottom line is you're not cured, but you at least you get a grip. And if you start understanding the way you think, and you can at least process your mind a little better and understand yourself, it makes your life a little easier, just understanding it in that way and just getting a better idea. So I guess there's even manuals. There are even books out there. I mean, there are strictly books. There's lots of books on the MBTI. And Carl Jung, I believe, has a lot of, he's the author of the entire thing. He's the one who came up with the whole system, the MBTI. And I believe Carl Jung actually has certain books that focus on just the introverted intuitive mind and the way and how deep it is and things like that. And but he was well into like describing and figuring out the consciousnesses and the awakenings and things like that inside the mind of introverted intuitives. So it's, yeah, he looked very extensively into those types as well. And he really opened a lot of eyes in so many ways way back when he was active in the time. But yeah, that's basically it. But as far as the MBTI type goes, yes, it's important. All I can say is that it helps out, and especially with this type, our INFJ types and other introverted intuitives especially, is we're so drawn to these because a lot of times we spent most of our life trying to figure ourselves out. We've been wanting to understand our mind because it's been crazy as it is. And any little tidbit, any bit of fragment of knowledge into what might help our mind or help us understand, we're going to jump right on that. We'll gravitate right toward that. If it's anything about spirituality or psychology, right away you want to know because we spend our whole lives trying to figure this mind out. It's almost like having this mind that you're not even fully control of. You're in control of it, but a lot of times you are a prisoner to your own mind. You're almost like governed by your own functions in a way. And so a lot of times the INFJ in so many ways describes their mind as being like a prison in a way. It's like being trapped, being like almost subject to your own mind because it governs itself. And by not understanding this mind, by having these thoughts where you're governed by your mind that you can't control, that you don't really have total understanding of, it compounds it as well. It confuses you because you want to do a certain thing. You think you want to be just like everybody else. You try to reach out and have more social groups, more friends, but this type pulls you back. Somehow it's just your introversion, your alone time that you crave, and the whole time that you're actually reaching for others is just tugging you back and forth in so many different directions. And so without a blueprint, without a knowledge of your type, it's going to confuse you all the more. It's just going to keep you in a constant loop almost. And like I said, you feel like you're almost a prisoner to your own mind. And a lot of times that's what INFJs feel like. And I have most of my life as well. It just felt like our mind just traps us in so many ways. It holds us. But at least understanding like I said, understanding your type and finally figuring this out is at least a road to recovery somewhat. Like I said, it won't cure you, but at least it just gives you an idea. So, oh, hello there. Oh, hi. Hi, buddy, live. Hey, Indie Gurus. Oh, hello there. Good to see you. Oh, fellow hippie INFJ from Abilene, Texas. How you doing? Good to see you there. Welcome aboard. Yes, I decided to, this was a bit random today. I just went on about 54 minutes ago, almost an hour ago. I decided to just come on in here. I was on the mushroom guy. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Oh, yes, I've talked to you before. Oh, I was the mushroom guy. Oh, okay. All right. Good to see you. How you doing? All right? I do see you now on there. Yeah, I've actually read some of your texts before. I've talked to you before. That's awesome. Okay, so well, anyway, yeah, just talking a little bit about how our mind is like almost like we're kept. Now, does any of you feel like that? As if your mind kind of we're governed by our mind. I mean, our mind. We try to, we can control ourselves to a point. I mean, we make decisions. We know there's a part of us that we know is in control of us, but then there's another part. It's like that sub part of our mind that just kind of has boundaries. It keeps us boundaried in a lot of ways. Like we think we know, we're rational. We know what we want to do. We have a sound mind, but when we try to act out things, occasionally our own personality boundaries us in a sense. Like I said, that's what I think. Maybe that's the best way of putting it, and how that works out a little bit. And I said, like, being like a prisoner in a way. It's more like we're governed by boundaries of our own functions in a sense. So, but by just understanding these, by understanding your mind, at least helps you to get past a lot of these things, or it just helps you get a little more control of it. That's all. So, but yeah, that's basically. I was just trying to paint a little bit of an image as to what it's like to have this personality. What exactly it is about there, huh? I have found the harder you repress the random negative thoughts, the more they recur. What we resist persists. Acceptance is mastery. Wow, very well put. You see, you get a really good way of just your words. See, that's what I mean. A lot of times, the wording is fantastic. So, but that's the harder you repress the random negative thoughts, the more they reoccur. A lot of times, it just gets to be you repeat things. When you start trying to repress things or try to get rid of them, the more they keep reoccurring. Like you said, they repeat. And that's when they just come back, you think them over again. Then it's almost like that loop. Almost like it gets you into an NITI loop almost. And then you start thinking them over again. Yeah. I got to the point where instead of just trying to through meditation and through trying to, find ways of just separating thoughts. I mean, finding like a stillness, like almost like an eye of the storm in meditation, where you're not even caught up in your mind anymore. I've talked about this before. A lot of it is just kind of separating your thoughts, all that whirlpool of your thoughts, and kind of just watching them. Almost like you're watching a bad movie on a projector screen that is outside of you. You're watching the movie out here, but you're not in it. So a lot of times we have to train our mind to be that way, where we are watching our thoughts, our mind from outside of our own, basically a place of stillness is what it is. And so that's where I seem to, I try to find that stillness as much as I can in so many ways. Okay. All right. Where'd everybody go? Uh-oh. Yes. So what we resist will persist. That's quite. I wonder if that's almost like it rhymes the way you put that in there. That was quite. But Abilene, Texas. The Abilene. That's I'm not sure where exactly. If that's near Dallas or if that's more near Houston. I'm not even sure. Dallas. I mean, Texas is such a huge state. But I know I've heard of Abilene. I didn't know if it was near Corpus Christi, down near Houston, or well, of course, Dallas Fort Worth. But Dallas is such a. I mean, excuse me, Texas is so big. Maybe you could let me know where that's from. Yeah, where? Dead center. Oh, right there. So you're right in the center then, huh? Okay. All right. Okay. I'm not a Texan. I have been around. Okay, so you're not actually from Texas then. You're basically, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, yeah. I've been through Texas a couple of times, but it was, the last time I was there was probably, yeah, I just had a bit of an itch there. The last time I was in Texas was over 40 years ago. I took a Greyhound bus through Dallas, and there was a stopover. Yeah. So, but are you on the East Coast? Yes, I'm in New Hampshire. I'm in the great state of New Hampshire up in New England on the East Coast. So I'm enjoying a full-fledged winter right about now. Yeah. Actually, I watched a couple of your videos. You were like, you had this this pot. It looked like it was like a ceremonial thing, and you had like this, and you were like circling, and it was making like a. It was perfectly like symmetrical, and it was actually like humming almost, and you tapped it a couple times, and it had like a really like one of those rings, and I thought it was like there was some ceremonial thing you had. It would look like like it was. I'm not sure what it was as far as was it brass or not brass or it wasn't crystal. It was something like that. Tiberian singing bowl. That's it. I knew it was something like that, but I saw your video, and it was making like that. Just it rang. It just said that. Ooh, that's why they call it a singing bowl. Yeah, that's it. Tibetan singing bowl. I saw you doing that. It looked like you were breaking up like. I don't. Did you light something in there, like break up herbs, and you were putting them in the bowl, or I don't know if you're supposed to you light things on fire or something like that. Meditation tools and resistance generators. Okay, all right, that's what that was. All right, it did make it interesting. It was almost like it was pitched just right. Yeah, it was interesting, But a sage, smudge, shaman, medicine. LOL. Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're into some of those rituals and stuff like that. I would imagine. Yeah, it looked interesting though. Yeah. If ever anybody get a chance, check out his video. Yeah, I did see that one where he had the bowl in there, and then there was a couple other ones. You were in the park and you were just talking. You were just like talking about stuff in the park. I saw a couple of them. I just sometimes when. Occasionally, well, not actually more than occasionally, when I see new subscribers come onto my program onto this channel, I mean, occasionally it shows that they have their own channel. So yeah, I go to their site and say, okay, well, what are they all about? And they might have a series of videos. Maybe they got a couple, but I watch them. I mean, I just want to get an idea of who's out there, and I do. I watch your videos and things like that. So I will do that, just to get an idea. I figure you're watching my videos, you're taking interest in our channel. Of course, I'm going to take interest in you as well. That's all. I gotta upload again. That was a tumultuous time. I feel so much better now. Okay. Oh, that's good. So you did say that you wanted to start uploading again. In fact, you said, "Oh yeah, I inspired you to want to start uploading again." That's what you said too. I remember. I thought, well, that's good, because I noticed you were watching some of the shorts and you were commenting on them, and I thought, okay, so I was watching, like I said, the bowl video. So, and then you would comment something about, yeah, wanting to be inspired about, making more content again. Yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing. So, I mean, you got to figure though, there are hundreds of millions of people on YouTube. It is just a massive conglomerate of people out there, and the algorithm's got to find a way to connect the dots so nothing's random. So but the algorithm is starting to get better and better. That's why we're finding each other. That's how we're able to find each other here, though. Okay, yeah, you are brave for being an extroverted introvert. Being an extrovert introvert. I am inspired by your effort. An extroverted introvert. Is that what you call me? Because I talk. I guess I could see that. I'm definitely, for me to get out here and make videos and just do that, I guess that's a bit of extroverted. Yeah, of course it is. But the funny thing is, I'm doing this on my camera. I'm looking at the camera. You know what I mean? I'm talking into the camera. I don't have anybody around. I'm alone in my room. I'm alone in my house right now doing this. But I look extroverted talking into a camera. So I guess I could see that. All right. That's what they call us, INFJs. Yes, I know that. That's that's the nickname of it. Is that the INFJ is the most outgoing of all the introverts, and they are like that. But also, from what I know about myself, yes, we are outgoing because we have that FE. Well, that's our second function. That is our second function. So we want to reach out for connection, and that's part of it. But it's also like an incompatible couple of functions that we have. Part of us wants to be isolated. We want to be alone, and people drain us. So the very people that we reach out for, a lot of times when we find them, drain our batteries. So we're drawn to things that actually deplete us in a way. It's fine. Yes, it is a paradox. Absolutely. That's why we're the paradoxes and things like that. That's the incompatible differences, as you might say. Yeah. Yeah, walking, talking paradoxes and things like that. Definitely. Oh, but yeah, I started about. I'm glad to see that somebody's out there. We're talking now. Yeah, it's been a little over an hour now. I guess because it was so random that I did this. I mean, nobody really knew I had started this. In fact, somebody was watching, and I thought, I probably should make an announcement because this was random. You probably just stumbled across this, or maybe you just found out I was out here. So, but I just randomly, I did this kind of a little bit randomly. I was thinking about it, and I thought, let me just go. But I didn't make an announcement. Probably should have, but that's okay. Right. So, but yeah, I was watching another one of your videos too, and you were, like I said, it looks like you were hanging around in a park. There was some park over there that you were in. My day off, having a little tequila to unwind. Not too much though. Oh yeah, tequila can be yeah, I'm not really much of a drinker. I mean, I drink sometimes. I do go to the pub every so often. I might have a beer, burger, things like that. Like I was there earlier today. I don't mind going to a pub. I'll go to a bar. I usually just go myself and I'll have a burger. I mean, I can go out. I mean, sometimes INFJs say how they don't like people at all. They don't like some of them tell me they don't go out at all. They won't go to a bar. They won't go to a restaurant. Or some of them, they don't like being there for very long. I mean, I can. I mean, I can go out to crowded places. I mean, I don't really have I don't try to make friends. I'm not trying to be all talking to everybody. I usually keep to myself. I just kind of sip a beer myself. I'm quiet. You know what I mean? I'm not kind of doing this in front of people. I mean, if somebody wanted to talk, I would if I met somebody. But I mean, I'm usually kind of standoffish a little bit. Yeah, but you got to go out and have a beer and stuff. Yeah, but tequila's strong stuff. Usually I draw the line on like hard liquor. I might have a beer here and there, but hard liquor just gives me a headache. It doesn't make me feel that good, you know. Yeah, but tequila, that's some good stuff. If you're into that kind of thing, but yeah, yeah. But it's good to see you're out there. Yeah, definitely. So do you still have that ceremonial singing bowl? I'm sure that's probably somewhere then, right? And do you use that regularly, or just was that your first time? Like, looked like you had just got it. Like, maybe you got it on, like, you got it shipped to you or something? Yeah, I use it a lot. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. And now, so what is it? Do you follow a certain, like, spiritual practice, a certain religion, or do you just have a certain way that you like to do rituals in your own way, or something like that? I mean, I'm just curious. I'm just curious because a lot of people just, they do their own thing sometime. I mean, you don't necessarily have to follow a certain structured religion. I mean, I think that's another thing. INFJs, on average, are spiritual people. There's a spirituality in one way, shape, or form, and a lot of us are different. We're unique in that way too. I mean, some of us follow a certain religion. Maybe a lot of us are Christian. A lot of us can be, a Catholic, or some could be, pretty much anything, I guess. Vibrations and resonance can bring your brain waves into a meditative state. Yes, yes. That's kind of the idea behind. Remember, I don't know if you remember the chanting Om back in the 60s. There was somebody came up with that, but it was supposed to do the same thing, just going Om, that whole Om thing and carrying that one note and harmonized. That put you into that almost meditative, trancy thought. And funny thing is, right? Back about 40 years ago, my brother, he was a bit of a hippie. He was older than I was. He's passed on now. He passed away. But at the time, him and his girlfriend and myself, we went up to this place up in I think it was Washington State. This was back when I hitchhiked, and it was like this big hippie festival. This big hippie, they all gathered together out in the woods, and people were just kind of doing all that stuff. People were taking like mushrooms and stuff and hanging out and tripping out. People were running around with no clothes on. So, I mean, not everybody, but you could. And some people had, and but there was one time I stumbled across this Om like chant going on, and there must have been 200 people. I don't know, maybe it was 100 something, and they started chanting Om, and in unison, and it was just that Om, and you get 200 people chanting Om, and it's just like harmonious. It sounds like that bowl you're talking about, that singing bowl. It had that ooh, but it was voices, but it was the same pitch almost. Yeah. Yes, I used to live on Indian, and I was a Sikh. I'm more a freelance Christian now. No structure. I just a follower of Jesus and other masters. Jesus meditated all of the time. Yes, he did. Absolutely. Yes. Well, he definitely, he was always in meditation. You saw him closing his eyes, and he was centering himself almost regularly. Yeah. I mean, well, he kind of had to. I mean, here he is, the Son of God. I mean, he basically was, but he had to be in touch with his own father. I mean, that was it. I mean, he had to be. He was always praying to the Father, to his Father, for strength all the time. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Jesus had a very interesting life as well. I mean, you think about it. I mean, everything. He was born for a purpose, though. He was divine. Yeah, and his purpose was to be born in order to be crucified, to die the way he did, so that gave us eternal life. I mean, he was a sacrifice, basically. Yeah, I mean, but yes, I guess they call him an INFJ as well. He had all the traits. Now, here's what gets me. They say Jesus. I stared into something like that. Jesus was an INFJ, and he had all the traits. And now here's what gets me. Now, of course, there's a passage in there where Jesus said, to know the Father is to know the Son, for the Son is the Father. How can you love the Father but reject the Son? He said something on that idea when the Pharisees were rejecting Jesus for who he was. And of course, the Pharisees didn't like him because he was basically the way he was, and they condemned him. And he made a passage to that. How could you love the Father yet condemn the Son? For the Father and the Son are one and the same. So I thought about that. Now, if they're trying to say, okay, Jesus was INFJ. Now, I don't know where I'm leading with this other than to say, well, is God basically INFJ, like the mindset is what his personality would be if he's saying the Father and the Son are one and the same? I don't know. See, I think like that. Obviously, they're just a handful of people, a handful through history, and he made this a very rare type where, he gave certain characteristics and personality types around the world, certain percentages, but he left the INFJ, like that personality of God, to a few INFJs, to a few of us. See, maybe that's not anything, but sometimes the thought came to my mind, is that crazy? Now, put that out there. Do you think that there's some kind of connection there? I mean, is Jesus and God basically one and the same? They're INFJ? I mean, how does that work? Okay. There are 30 plus years of life that the Bible doesn't discuss. Okay. Oh, you're talking about Jesus's early life. That's right. They just started to, there was a couple of brief stories in there and things like that. But a lot of it is, yes, you read about his birth. And then there's one where they say, he was missing for a couple of days. They were looking for him, and he was in a temple, and he was talking to priests, high priests in a temple. So you hear little bits of stories about Jesus, but you just know he was a carpenter. He was by trade. He worked with his father, Joseph. But then all of a sudden, it's just his ministry right after he went and suffered when he went and fasted 40 days, 40 nights and was tempted by the devil, right after that, then it seems as though that's where the stories of Jesus took over. But you're right. And that was the last 3 years of his life that they really document his life in the Bible, in the New Testament, So you're absolutely right about that. There isn't a whole lot there. But I guess they tried to come up with the time that he was active, the time that when he was ready for his sermon, for his whole quest to do what he had to do. And they figured he was going to be a certain age, but he lived in pretty much an average life up to that point. I mean, he was a carpenter by trade, and then but he was fairly common. I mean, but then again, we don't know that. Was he performing miracles? Now, there was some, I guess, the Gospel of Thomas. Yeah, I heard a story that the Gospel of Thomas was omitted, and because it was a lot of most of his writings were like legends of Jesus. He wrote a lot about his early life, and he read a lot about, because obviously people had legends of who knew Jesus. And there was one legend that Jesus found a bird that was dead. It was run over, stepped on, and he picked it up. And he was a child. He was 12, 13 years old. He was a kid. And he breathed on it and basically restored the life of the bird. And the bird just got up and flew after he found it dead on the ground. So whether or not that really happened or not, but that was one of the legends that they said was omitted, because a lot of Thomas's whole gospel was a lot of things like that. Much of it was was into that. And they for some reason thought that was not really relevant. They wanted to just focus on his last ministry or something like that. So I didn't know if you heard anything about that or whatnot, but I know I thought that was interesting. But that you said that there's a lot, 30 years are not really discussed very much, but I guess there really wasn't much to discuss, except for a couple of legendary things he may have done along the way. Yeah. Yeah, imagine being friends. Imagine just being a kid, and like in Jesus is like your friend, and he breathes into a bird, and bird takes off. He finds a dead bird, and that's probably what happened. That friend went on and said, "Hey, that Jesus kid just breathed on a bird and brought him back to life." So that's what I heard, anyways. But that goes in kind of in line with what you had said about that. So, okay, well, okay, but bottom line is, yeah, we're does everybody like the channel? Everybody, we got 5 of us watching out there. I hope everybody's liking the material and some of the discussions we have. Oh, we had another one here. Intro. Oh, another sense through the good I see. Tom, pleasure as always. What's the scuttlebutt? Oh, okay. Intro for the universe. I hope you're still out there. Oh, I don't know. Scuttlebutt. At the time, we were just talking about different stuff. I mean, we're just kind of, I was feeling a lot of just background noise at that point. I think we're just talking about different stuff. Nothing really, I wasn't really focusing too much on it. I was just trying to find a theme, a certain topic to basically find entertaining or at least, something that would keep people interested and things like that. So I think I was just filling in a little bit, but talking about different stuff. But as usual, things bounce around. Kind of like I jump down a lot of rabbit holes. You probably noticed that about me, people. I do tend to find rabbit holes along the way, and I jump in them. And I kind of explore them a bit, and then I jump into another one. But I'm sure you've noticed that a little bit about me. I don't know if that's just me or if that's the way we all are. But a lot of times that's the way we think. I mean, we can be sidetracked into something, get distracted into a topic. You know what I mean? I think a lot of that has to do with our FE. I mean, you think about it, they say the INFJ is chameleon, things like that. And hello, Froosh. Hello, everyone. Tom, I do enjoy listening. Like knowing more about Jesus's life. Oh, I'm glad you heard that. Yes, we were talking about that. I was talking about how we jump down rabbit holes and things like that. But Indigo. Yeah, we were talking about, his singing bowl and how it was like, how it goes into a trance of like a meditative state in a way, because of the way we hear things. INFJs mind things on directions at once. Yeah, well, it could be. I mean, being that, I wonder if that has something to do with kind of the kind of chameleon thing. Typically they do the whole chameleon where they kind of adapt to who's around them in order to maintain the harmony and maintain the peace. So by jumping into a rabbit hole in line with what we're talking about, in order, it's kind of like a way of, keeping the peace, keeping the harmony kind of thing, So, but you like to hear a little bit about Jesus's life, yeah. Yeah, we were just, so I'm glad to hear that you're out there. Froosh. And I remember Froosh is from the Philippines, I believe, right outside of Manila. We had talked before. Yeah. And that is literally halfway around the world. That's, it's probably morning or like early afternoon there now. It's probably late morning in the Philippines right about now, I would think. It's probably Sunday morning, I would think. They're ahead of us. So, but yes, LOL, the beast. What does that mean? The Beast. Oh, are you talking about that short, The Beast Within? I had a short, and maybe is that in reference to that? We had talked about The Beast Within. Yeah, a lot of times I come up with the shorts. It's always a different topic on just a tidbit of the personality of the INFJ, something that we all can relate to. It's just something about our character. I try to fill in little things like that. And I thought, why not today, the beast within? We have a little bit of a dark side in there sometime. Yeah, and and occasionally, yeah, we never like to let that out. Yeah, but we do know what's in there. We do know we have it's kind of like locked up in our psyche back there. That's the way I described it on the short. And occasionally, when we have to break it out, if there's people doing bad things to other people, it doesn't sit well with us or us. There's only so much we can take before the beast has to rear its ugly head sometimes to let you know you don't want to mess with these guys. They may seem all soft and nice and they're gentle and everything, but they have a dark side. If they so, all right. I hear that he may have traveled to Asia and spent time with Buddhists and Hindus. You can look up The Lost Years of Jesus. Plenty of interesting content. I think I heard stuff about that too. Yeah, I did hear that. Injustice gets me breathing hard. Yeah, because right around the time, I believe Buddha and Jesus lived at the same time. I believe Buddha was out in the Far East, in like wherever he was in China or India, and he was setting forth his Buddhist doctrine. I believe I've heard that too, that maybe Jesus traveled out there early on. I don't know if that's proven or what, but I heard that too. So these are some of the lost years of Jesus that they can't really account for, like what he did when in his early 20s, let's say, maybe his teenage years. What was he doing that, or was he just staying close to Nazareth? But I mean, you think about that back then, for him to have traveled out to Asia from, let's say, the Israel area. I mean, gosh, he would have had to have taken camels and horses and whatever. And it would probably taken like months, like almost a year of just traveling out there and then another year back. It's not like it is today, just taking a plane flight and going, halfway around the world in like 24 hours. It's not like that. So he would have spent a good majority of his life traveling though. And that would have been, he would have had some major gaps of being missing from doing his work at home or whatever it would be. Yeah. Injustice gets me breathing hard. Yes. Whatever he did, he wasn't slacking. That's right. Of course not. Yes. No, he wasn't slacking about anything. I would think definitely not. Something tells me, I mean, if he was a woodworker by trade, knowing the personality of Jesus, he was probably a very good carpenter too. He probably took it to heart and he learned his trade and he was just a very good worker. I mean, I can't speak for that, but just knowing the way he's built and just knowing knowing who he was, he probably was good at what he did. Probably was an excellent carpenter. I mean, he probably was well sought after. I mean, I'm just speaking off the cuff and saying if that's what he did, he was good at it, because why not? I mean, you figure he's probably, he wanted to do the best job he could, right? Yeah, you don't hear too much about like, hey, how good of a carpenter was he? I bet he was a good one though. Yeah, whatever he did, yeah, that's right. He wasn't slacking. Yeah, but if anybody else has heard stories about that, yeah, I did hear that he may have gone to visit Buddha too in the Far East, and I would imagine that Buddha was very. That's another interesting religion. I mean, I know Buddhism is a whole other religion, and I know, I'm a typically Christian and follow Christianity, but some of the things that the Buddhist faith, they were pretty deep. Now, I do believe my brother told me that they have a heavy belief in like reincarnation. Is that they believe in, the unresting soul basically, and a lot of those Far Eastern religions cover a lot into reincarnation, and then that there's only certain times that you actually incarnate back into a human being. Like you might be a human for a life, and depending on the life you lived, you may die. And depending on how you lived, if you were kind of you were somebody that was kind of sneaky or shady, then you might reincarnate into a snake. Being like you will reincarnate to an animal that was similar to the way you were as a human. Or if you were like, let's say you were an indulgent type, you might reincarnate into a pig or things like that. And then you have to wait. Then the cycle, then that animal dies, and then you might reincarnate to another animal. And then you have a brief window where you come back to a human being. And it's up to you at that time when you're human to try to find some kind of grace, some kind of nirvana within yourself, finding that stillness, that completion that we talk about here on this channel in our own right, finding some kind of oneness with God, harmony at grace, so that when you finally pass away at that point, you don't reincarnate. You don't return back to these animals that reflected your previous life. And in a sense, my brother told me that their goal is to not exist. They just want their soul not to reincarnate. They want to just go into non-existence. This is what my brother told me years ago. I never forgot that. That's how the Buddhists think. Okay. That is the key to end suffering, is to realize that only the moment I exist, past and present, are places we cannot exist in the now. Wow. Boy, you got a way of delivering words, man. You've got a interesting way of wording things. In indigo. Buddhism teaches that suffering is the result of attachment to temporary things in the ever-changing universe. Okay. All right. So I typed wrong. Oh, I typo. Sorry. Okay. No, that's all right. No, I think you got an interesting way of putting things. The key is to end suffering. Realize that the only moment I exist, past, present places, can now exist in the now. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of to get you thinking. The way you word things, it gets you thinking like, oh, wow, that guy's kind of deep. Makes you think, you got a deep way of thinking there. That's all. That's okay. But anyway, that's basically what I heard, that what a lot of the Buddhist doctrine was. And a lot of it is just to find that peace within yourself as you're a human. That's your opportunity. You have certain opportunities. You return back to being human, and being that humans are spiritual. They have the conscious. They have the ability to, because animals can't do that. Animals aren't spiritual. Animals can't find any kind of center. They're not spiritual. That's something that's unique to human beings, man, is that we have the spirit. We have this connection. We have something divine that we've had breathed into. We're a hybrid. We're human, but we're also animal. We have an animal body. We have animalistic drives. We have all the drives and things that, like the urges and things of animals. But we also have something that defines us. We have a spirit. We're right in touch with our Creator. So we're the perfect hybrid between the two. So animals don't have this. So they can't find their center. They can't find grace in themselves. They just know they're the body of an animal, and that's how they act. They just rely on their instincts. They don't have the divine like the humans do. Exactly. Yes, exactly. But but I guess that's a lot of what Buddha's text was, is that, finding that stillness, that inner grace, to be basically to end the cycle of reincarnation, to end that, to stop it, and basically not exist anymore or not go through that cycle. That's why animals can't sin. We are more with free will. It's a game God lets us play because we wanted to learn the hard way, and He is an indulgent parent. And He is an indulgent parent? Okay. Or am I reading that? Indulgent parent. You think, okay, so you think He's an indulgent parent? Okay. Maybe you could clear up what that means. Like, when you say indulgent, like He just wants all the glory for Himself, like in that way? Like when He told Moses, as he was writing the Ten Commandments, when He was like saying, thou shalt not be any graven images before me. And He said right in that, I am a jealous God. And you worship God, like that basically ticked Him off, that man would have the audacity to worship an idol over God. Even like putting, like I said, like the images of like Roman faces on coins, things like that. If that's what you mean by indulgent, meaning like He wants the glory just for Himself in that way. If that's that, I can only imagine that's what you meant. I'm just trying to piece that together if that's what that. Meaning He lets us have what we want, knowing it will hurt us, so we will know He is true. Okay, He lets us have what we want, knowing it will hurt us, so He'll know it's true. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Indulgent, as He gives us what we want. Oh, okay. All right. He's giving us what we want. Yeah. But a lot of times it's up to us to understand that even though we can, should we? In other words, it's up to us to know we have a free will, but it's also up to us to know that there's certain times where we just can't glut. I mean, not necessarily just food, but I mean, we can indulge to a certain point where too much of it is sinful, if that's what you're getting at. And it's up to us to know that He's putting this in. He's giving us the ability to do it, to go there, but it's also up to us to know that there's a certain limit we shouldn't pass. Like, for instance, I mean, drinking wine. I mean, it's not a bad thing to drink wine. In fact, it's actually beneficial to have a drink of wine with a glass of meal, with your meal, excuse me. But second, third, fourth glass of wine isn't good. When you start getting intoxicated and you start getting slurry and start passing out, you went too far. So there's a certain point where, we can have a drink and that's not a sin, but then there's a certain limit we know we have to pass. And then when you become drunkard, then that's overindulgent. I think that's the point I was trying to make. So, yeah, indulgent as He gives us, okay. Experience is the best teacher. Yes, of course it is. Of course, yeah. I mean, when you've had one too many hangovers after drinking too much wine, you say, I'm gonna limit myself. I know I'm gonna just have a hangover the next day. It isn't really worth it. So I think I only had that maybe two's my limit, if that. Okay, that's how we learn. I mean, at least some of us do. I know some people that never seem to learn. Hey, friends of mine growing up, They do it week after week, get the same hangover, stumbling drunk every week, I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I was humbled over and over again. Yeah, I'm sure we've all had our bouts, Oh, yeah, I mean, that's one thing good about at least growing up, is about getting older, is the fact that we do get wise. We do start understanding ourselves, and we do finally just learn from our mistakes over and over again. And if it takes a couple of times of making the same mistake over and over again, there's going to be, eventually you're going to finally figure out that this is just hurting you, that you got to eventually wake up that it's not fun anymore. Sometimes you reach a point where it just doesn't have the same effect it did once. Like, that's how you know your spirit's getting better too. is that when things that normally took you away or that you escaped into, when your spirit becomes more cleansed, when you feel like you're getting higher, your consciousness gets higher, these little indulgences, these little outer stimulations, your own these things that you did before that took you away, don't really do it anymore. They just don't. Yeah. I think it's because you start wisening up. Yeah. Do you hate door slamming? Oh. Do I hate door slamming? Okay. Do I hate it? Well, hey, I don't think anybody looks forward to it. I don't say, you know what? I love just, slamming doors and people. I love to cut them out of my life. No, I don't. I don't like to. I don't think anybody like to do that. That would be a sickness if you did. If you did that just for the whole thrill of it, no, that wouldn't be right. You do that because you almost have to as a self-preservation, if that's what you mean. The INFJ door slam, yeah, hurts me deep to do that. Yeah, I don't like doing that. I don't think anybody should like that. But there are certain instances where certain people, you've given them enough chances, and if they can't, and if you have to preserve yourself by eliminating them from your life, then yeah, you have to. Not something you want to do, of course not. Okay, you have to recover. Oh yeah, from the old door slam, recover from it? Sure. Yeah. I know one thing. It's funny you say that, Indigo, is that a lot of times I think we are very sensitive to the things we do to other people. I mean, it's part of our FE. It is a lot of it is that a lot of times I know I make decisions, and a matter of fact, after I realized what the INFJ personality was, is that because we're extroverted feelers, a lot of times we make decisions not to affect other people. And this is one of our things. Like, for instance, even just strangers. I mean, if you do something that's a certain situation, like let's say you left your shopping carriage in the middle of a spot that somebody could park in. This is how minuscule it can be. You might think to yourself, wait, I'm not going to do that because that's selfish. If I leave it right here, somebody might try to park their car here. And there's going to be a carriage here. Now they'll have to get out and they'll have to move it. Well, I'm right here. How about I just go the extra step and put it in the carriage corral? You see, you made a decision based on somebody you never even met. You didn't even see these people. And you're thinking of the future. You're future projecting the fact that that carriage is going to interfere with somebody. So you just take that extra step and put it away. See, we're geared that way. These are just small examples, but this is the way we're geared. We do things, we make decisions on value. That's a value-based decision right there. So, but I mean, that's one of the things that we have. So, but yes, but by doing things where you don't step up and if let's say somebody's affected by a decision you made, it hurts us. Especially if it bothered them or if it inconvenienced their life in any way. And we find out, yeah, it should bother us. And typically it does. You're right. So you have to recover on that. Good point, though. Yeah. But that's just another fact. It's funny you mentioned that because a lot of times when I started realizing what the INFJ thing was and you make decisions, I saw myself doing this regular. Like I would do little things like that, not to affect people I didn't even know, or in the future even. Like I said, that shopping carriage, like example right there. I was doing little things like that through my life. I says, oh wow, I guess I do that. And I've always been like that. But I started getting aware that I was doing that. Because I said, hey, that's what the personality type is. And it is like that. So if anybody else, so if anybody else understands what I'm talking about, yeah, I'm sure that's how we think. So, moral compass would be lost without it. Funny thing is, it can change. It can change. It can change. Oh, change. LOL. Yes. Oh, the moral compass can change. Yeah. So the way we thought 20, 30 years ago, we're different. We don't think the same way. Yeah, I noticed my mind has changed quite a bit as I got older. I mean, just like the way I think, priorities I had, things I was, but I think that's all part of getting older. I'm not the same way I was 20, 30 years ago, even close to that. I know what you mean. I mean, I think a lot of times I used to make decisions based on like there was a time in my life it was the most important thing was that I could find. I wanted to get married. Eventually I wanted to find a wife, find my soulmate and get married. I finally did get married. I met a girl and I married her. I was married for 20 years. We had a son together but things didn't, but after about 10 to 12 years later, things weren't really working out. Things were changing. But after I got divorced, I knew I didn't want to get married again. I felt like the whole marriage was very draining to me. The whole idea of having to have a family. I mean, I liked the idea of it, but I felt constantly exhausted in my marriage. But after I went on my own again. It was almost 5 years ago now. It'll be 5 years this mid part of the year. I did realize that I wasn't cut out to be a married man. As crazy as that sounds, it's as much as I wanted it, and I won't do it again because if I got married again and the same thing happened, and I ended up kind of withdrawing, where I felt like I was always trying to, find downtime, recover time. It wouldn't be fair to put somebody through that again. So I'm going to remain single for that reason. That I can't. I don't want to put somebody through that, through my own bouts of who I am. If that's what you mean, that's important. I used to second guess myself. Yep. No, of course. I still do that even now. I second guess myself. But I mean, for the most part, I may second guess myself, but I also try to. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I just read. I don't know if I want to repeat that. I mean, I'm sure everybody can read that. Oh, I'm real sorry to hear that, man. I mean, I don't know the whole story behind that, but that's rough. What you just texted over there, man. All right. Yeah, I can't, I don't know what to say other than sorry to hear that, man. Yeah. I can imagine that'll affect your life. Now, nothing like that happened, but with me, but I don't have a connection with my family anymore. Even my own son, I haven't seen him in years. I mean, I do have to live with that. I didn't have the greatest relationship as a father. I didn't do a lot. I made a lot of bad mistakes with my own son. And he decided that he couldn't really have a relationship with me. So I haven't, he's in college. He's getting his master's degree right now. I guess he's already got his bachelor's. Now he's going for a master's. I mean, he's making his way through college, but I haven't seen him in years. And so you're not looking to break your solitude unless a miracle woman comes along. Oh, yeah. Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing as a miracle woman? You mean one that's just your soulmate? All of a sudden she drops from the sky, just falls into your arms kind of thing, and here you go, right? This is your time. Yeah, I know. For the longest time, that's another thing. Funny you bring that up. They talk about how INFJs, we're always looking for the soulmate. That's exactly it. You keep thinking someday you're just going to bump into that miracle woman, as you just said, that perfect soulmate. You're going to meet her eventually. Now, after I got married, and the last few years, I've noticed that I don't have that anymore. Not to say I would not rule it out, but I don't look for a soulmate anymore. And I noticed I changed. Not to say I don't want one. Not to say I'm not looking, like I would reject it. Of course, I would welcome it if it happened. Absolutely. But the pining, the looking, the searching, is not there. I mean, I think a lot of it's because of the path I took. I mean, I feel like went through the dark soul. I feel like I found me, like I was awakened in a lot of ways. I've talked about that before. I mean, over a year ago, I went through bouts, months and months where I was just lost. I mean, lost. I mean, empty inside, just looking, searching for something. But I knew I had to forge on. I had nowhere to go. I couldn't go anywhere. I had no choice but to face this dark heart of mine, this vapid emptiness that I had no relief from. And finally, just one day, it just seemed like it just dawned on me that I didn't feel it anymore. It's like it took months, and I just felt like a cloud lifted off me. You know, it wasn't like a big booming announcement. It just, you notice one day you woke up and, hey, I don't feel that heaviness anymore. It's gone. I feel peaceful. Then your consciousness changed. Like, wow, I hear the birds singing now. I hear things like things that just were there. It's like you got a heightened sense of consciousness. Things that you overlooked before, now all of a sudden you're looking at things different. You see them differently. Just your existence felt like more heightened. Just being awake in the day, I thought, oh my gosh, that's what they're talking about. Then it dawned on me, that's what they talk about, higher consciousness. So, yeah, God bless him. Yeah, hell yeah, God bless him. Yeah, okay, yeah. But that's basically where my journey took me. But again, but that was part of it too. Right after I kind of came out of that whole thing, after the dark thing I ended up talking about, I noticed I didn't pine for a soulmate. It's not consuming me. It's not eating at me. It's not just always there. You're always looking for something. There's an incompletion. There's always something you're striving for. I felt like it was gone. Yeah, that's the only way to say it. It's like, is this grace? Is that what that means? Just to have the awakening? Yeah, it must be. But my life changed after that. And that wasn't long after that. I swear, a couple months later, I started this channel. It's like I felt like I had a duty. And that a lot of it was because of that. I felt like, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do that as well. And so this channel came about after that. And I'm thinking it was well worth it now. 6 months later, it's getting bigger and it's gaining momentum. But that was what inspired me to want to do it, whether I knew it or not. I didn't really think, okay, I'm doing it for that. But now that I think back on it, it was not too long after that this channel came about, a few months after. So, and now here we are. So it just kind of took off in that way. It's almost like it just happened. It's the only way to describe it. It just happened, I decided just to keep doing it, and sure enough, it was there. Okay, Indigo, spiritual awakening is the greatest blessing. It's awesome to hear every time someone testifies. Well, thanks, man. Thank you. I think that's part of I think that's a stage that we all need to go through. Not just INFJs. I think we all do. As human beings, we do. I just think that INFJs, being that we're such a introverted, intuitive, and we are always in our head, and I've actually put out a short about why we're so spiritual, and we're so spiritual because we have nowhere to go. We have no other place but to explore that vapid, that isolation, because we're always so isolated in our head all the time in our life. We have no choice but to kind of explore it and just kind of be in touch with that and try to figure out, where it is, and not to feel so alone. The rest of the world, we can't quite find completion outside the world, right? It really can't. It's just not there. So what do? You have to look inward. You have to find some kind of completion, something inside. So that's why we're left alone. It's almost like we were chosen to be alone to find it in a weird way. As painful as it is as tumultuous as a journey as it is, it's like our lot in life. As INFJs, we're just we're put there in a way to find this. And we're given this difficult task within ourselves. And It's just the plight that we have in our life, whether we want to accept it or not. That's just how we are. And if we can't accept it, then it actually makes it worse when you conflict against it. I've noticed that when you conflict against it, that's the worst pain. You almost have to understand that this is who you are and accept it if you want to just find some kind of relief. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah. But yeah, man, you're really giving me. I'm looking forward to this. See, you're throwing your comments in there now. You're giving me something to bounce back on. But you kind of know what I'm talking about. Look like, yeah, you had a couple of things go on, that really. Let's see. You're right. What age did you begin to learn that people pleasing was bad for you? What age did I learn when people pleasing was bad for me? It was around the time of my marriage. It was kind of going through my marriage somewhat, and I don't know. It was. I mean, I seem to remember being much younger. It was even before that. I mean, I used to try to, it was especially my family. I always felt like I was never quite good enough for my mom or my brothers. I always felt kind of like my mom favored my other brothers. Like she lived, and it almost seemed like she played games. Like she almost felt like that. It just did, and I always felt like I was just trying to constantly impress them, saying, "No, I'm as good as my brothers. Hey, I'm as good as them." I mean, trying to compete almost, and then it kind of made me just chase that a bit. I finally said, "What's the point? It's never going to happen." Like this brother over here, she'll praise him, says this, says that, and But then me, it's like, well, you're not that strong. It was almost like that. Like I just never felt I could measure up to my brothers. Finally, I just didn't care. It's like, all I can do is just, deal with it. Just, you're not going to please everybody. Maybe that was part of it. And when I finally just stopped caring, like I didn't care, I mean, my mom, she passed on. She's passed away for a bit, but it just seemed like that's the way it was. So I guess that's to answer your question. So it started at home, and then it seemed like even during a marriage, you were always trying to please your wife, always trying to. But then she seemed to just, like I think her friends were kind of telling her certain things. He needs to get you a better wedding ring. He needs to get you a better. He should be getting you things, and he should be giving you princess treatment. And she started taking all this in, and I thought, wait, now it's like I got to spend every waking moment just trying to please her. So I, yeah. Maybe that was part of it, I guess. But, I mean, to an extent, though, I mean, I don't know. There's a certain level of people pleasing. I mean, doing good things for people and having consideration. Like I said, just things like making sure your shopping cart's not in a parking spot. Like little things like that. That's not people pleasing. That's consideration. That's just looking out for people, which is normal. And I think we should never stop doing that. But like you said, trying to people please in order for you to gain something, or in order to fill a void in yourself, that's when it becomes unhealthy. I know what you're saying, because a lot of times we could take it to the next level and we start almost putting ourselves out there too much, trying to please others, trying to gain favor, and then it just starts playing in our own mind. We feel like we're just chasing something that's never going to happen, and that's when it becomes unhealthy. I think at some point we have to be wise enough to know that don't do that. You're not gonna. You don't have to find validation. You don't need to do that. I think it should just come natural at some point. But you got to get burned enough times too to realize that it's not right. So that's when boundaries kick in. And when people start respecting you, finally, you almost feel high from the recognition you never got. Very wise See, that's what I'm saying, man. You got a way of putting things. Yeah, you get some wisdom there, guy. Indigo. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, because you start earning respect. It's almost like when you stop trying. It's like reverse psychology. I mean, when you start trying to please too many people, they take you for granted. They just kind of disregard you when you're going tripping over yourself to please people. When you don't care anymore and you just start doing it, that's when they start wanting to know. They start looking at you and start coming up to you almost. I mean, women are like that. I mean, we've dealt with women most of our life. I'm sure most of us men have. And a lot of times when you go all out of your way for a girl and you chase her and you try to like get her attention and things, she kind of disregards you, doesn't she? She just kind of treats you like you're, but when you kind of just do the same thing back, or you don't call her up right away, or you let it a couple days go, you don't call. It's just like, yeah, I'm kind of busy. You know, it's like you're not just so apt to want to spend time with her. You might say, I'm busy today. I got things to do. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow or the next day. All of a sudden, she starts chasing you. She starts wanting to get more, your attention. It's kind of funny how that goes. So the less you try is when people start noticing. But I think a lot of times INFJs, yeah, it takes us a while to learn these lessons. And that's the way people are. That's psychology for you. Exactly. I didn't feel strong and confident until I respected myself. Yep. Yeah, you know what? A lot of it's respect, but it's also I think you have to be complete in yourself, because a lot of times it's our incompletion. When we chase people, like you said, try to people please, or we're trying to find favor from other people. It's like our way of like being trying to fill a void within ourselves in a way, because we're trying to, because we feel empty and we feel like by people pleasing or trying to, that they'll like you more, that they'll complete you a little more because you're doing for them. But then you got to realize too, it doesn't work that way. Eventually, you have to just know that it's within ourselves. We have to be complete within ourselves and not need to do that. It doesn't mean you're selfish. It doesn't mean that. It just means you're more complete. You're not chasing that validation anymore. And I think that's the whole evolution of an INFJ, is we all start off that way. It's funny you bring that up. It seems like that's the story of all our lives. We start off people pleasing as younger, and then we start realizing it's just it's not worth it, and then we start pulling back, and we start just doing the right things for ourselves. In fact, that's part of us completing ourselves, But then you give compassion where it's needed. You give compassion where it's accepted and things like that. You don't just do it for yourself. You genuinely do it for others at that point when you can, right? Gotta fill your own cup before you can pour unto others. Exactly. Yes, I've heard that said before. I believe Wennis says like that. Anybody listen to Wennis? I do occasionally. Wens. She's a adorable little thing. She's from Belgium. She's got her own INFJ channel. You've probably seen her. She's been doing it for a while. She's got quite an empire over there. But she says that all the time. She talks about you have to fill your own cup before you can pour to others. I heard, I'm sure she didn't make that up, but I do hear her say that. So she was one of the early ones I used to watch, was Wens, as far as INFJ. In fact, she was one of the first videos I saw, and I started realizing the things she started saying. I'm like, I kind of understood. I'm like, what is this INFJ thing? I didn't even know, but she was the one I heard, and I started watching her videos, and I understood her, and then but she was the first one. So, oh yeah, it's an old saying. Yeah, I know that. But whenever I hear that, I think, I used to hear Wen say that, So, I mean, every so often I give her a plug, only because, like I said, she was the first one that I happen to hear. I don't listen to her too much now. It's just that I'm kind of busy with stuff, but I do hear her occasionally here and there. So, yes. But, yeah, no, that's absolutely true, man. You got to fill your own cup. You got to be filled within your own self and stuff like that, But that was another thing I was meaning to talk to you about. Like, I think I mentioned I know you said something about doing like mushrooms and stuff like that. Now, yeah, that might be a thing. I know that, but I think a lot of it, personally, with me, I ended up, I used to smoke weed. I used to smoke marijuana right up through my 20s, even in my teenage years, and I used to do quite a bit every day. And I mean, I spent a lot of money just buying, like, $50 bags, dime bags, nickel bags, back when we called them that stuff. You must remember, I'm sure you remember that. And I spent a lot of time smoking. But it reached the point when I was right around 30 years old. The last time I smoked pot, I felt like I got buzzed and I didn't even enjoy it. It's like I felt like I couldn't enjoy it anymore. Just something clicked in my head how I was lost. It was confusing me. It was getting me sidetracked, and I just felt like, why am I paying good money for that? And at that point, I couldn't wait for the buzz to wear off. That was the one time I didn't enjoy it, and I never smoked again. That was just my own journey. I just knew that I couldn't. My mind needed to be clean and sober. I couldn't mess it up. I couldn't have anything messing it up with psychedelics or anything. That was just the way it is. But early on in my life, I did stuff like that. I mean, I smoked, I experimented with like mescaline, that street mescaline, like hits of acid, things like that. I mean, I tripped out early on. And at some points, I mean, one time I was in some woods up near my house, my hometown. I took like a massive, I took a massive amount, and I was walking around the woods, and I had a bad trip up there, and I thought I was going to die up there. I mean, things were just starting to happen up there, and I was hallucinating, and I thought I was going to die, because I was all alone in the woods, and I regretted it. I mean, I finally got out of there, but it just really horrified me. I had a bad trip up there. But I did stuff like that years ago, and I thought, yeah, this is just messing with my mind. This is really not good for me. I mean, everybody's got their own way of venting, and I know mushrooms are a thing. I just can't do them. I mean, they just really mess with my mind, and I can't do it. That's just me. But I was meaning to talk to you about that, because you had mentioned something about shrooms and stuff. But that's just how it is with me. I had a lot of trauma to heal that I couldn't access with everyday consciousness. Okay, the weed helped me emotionally, and psychedelics helped me confront the. Yeah, I mean. If that stuff is working for you, in other words, you had to kind of get further out of reality. Your reality here on Earth was excuse me, your reality sucked that bad, basically, that you had to escape it. I mean, that's basically what you're saying. I mean, I know sometimes reality does suck, and sometimes that's why people do what we do. That's why we're doing that. That's why we're just taking things and we're trying to make our mind forget it. We're taking alcohol, taking psychedelics, taking drugs, anything to try to alter that mind, to get out of the reality, to get out of the thoughts of whatever it is and that's why they're there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times this reality is that painful. And by just escaping it, is the way of coping with it, right? Bingo, yes. But it turns into a point where there's only so much you can escape reality, because at some point, I'm thinking that, eventually, in order to move past a lot of your traumas, they have to be faced. I mean, I know we want to, the traumas, you want to forget them. But eventually they will come back tenfold. I mean, they're going to have to be faced in some way, because they have to be dealt with in a spiritual way. Now, putting psychedelics in there by taking drugs and forgetting reality is just that. It's just a coping mechanism. Now, everybody has a way of doing it, and that's how a lot of people do cope. I get that, but it will come back eventually where you'll have to you'll have to face it if you want to move forward spiritually, that is. Because right now it's like you're just masking everything. So that's just my take on it. That's one of the reasons why I reached a point where the last time I got stoned, I said, I can't do this again. In fact, I mean, I even said that even like tripping on acid was completely out. That was too much. I realized that I have to at least face reality somewhat. I mean, I had a job to do too. I mean, I drive a truck at night. I mean, I can't smoke weed anyway. I drive a CDL truck, and I had even before that, I was always driving during the day, and I knew I had to be clean. If I ever took a urine sample and it turned out that I was on that stuff, I'd lose my job. So there were a lot of different factors. It wasn't just that had a somewhat of a play in there because I had a job that I could be tested dirty for, and I could lose it. So I had to take a lot of different things into account, but a lot of it was just something I couldn't do anymore. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm glad I'm not everyone gets high. Only a small percent can maintain. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, for me, it's just, I can't make it work. That's just personally how I do things, or I can't do things. But hopefully, I mean, because I know it can be like, it can really put you into like this whole other plane, especially, I know psychedelics, especially mushrooms, they're more of a clean, I know they do something that the psilocybin in there does something to the brain. It just kind of makes all the chambers, all this, the cortex is kind of, melt as one. I mean, instead of them being separate entities like the cortex, this hemisphere and that hemisphere typically are kind of like separate units. That somehow the psilocybin kind of makes the whole brain like function as one, and that's when it starts creating these hallucinations, and it alters the reality, makes it look just more expansive and everything. I know that's all a chemical reaction. It's something in the but, and I know typically it can be very alluring, but you can get lost in there too. Your sanity can get lost in some ways. You can start being like just zoning out of reality, insanity. If you do it too much and get lost. I mean, I heard stories where there were people that were like, I was hearing a talk show that there were students at Timothy Leary that back in the '60s where they were taking LSD, and Timothy Leary was putting forth that whole hallucinogenic thing. Like everybody had to experience like an LSD trip, and he had to go down that way in order to have your mind expand. And he believed it. Now he was a doctor, Timothy Leary, and he was like that guru on that. But I was listening to a few talk shows years ago about how some of these people that were taking these LSD trips were getting further and further into the reality of it. And then they realized that they couldn't even distinguish a dream from an everyday occurrence. In other words, they'd have a dream thinking that they really did that. And then they tell somebody, hey, I did this and that. And it's like, how could you have? It's like, it's impossible. Realize that their dreams were becoming so vivid as they were asleep that they were not able to distinguish a dream from reality. Yeah. And so a lot of people just decided that was frightening in a way, because it can lead you to that point if you get too far down that avenue, because it puts you into a dream state, and now you get these flashbacks. You get it starts recreating a whole reality, and I don't know. That's just what I heard. He couldn't distinguish a dream from reality, and so that's what happens too. So. I mean, a lot of times when we know we're dreaming, we know it's a dream. We wake up, it's not quite all there. It's not vivid. It's still just a little bit not quite all there. You start dreaming when you have too much of that lysergic acid or psilocybin. Too much is floating in there, and it makes that whole reality that much more vivid and sharp. Now you can't distinguish whether you really did it or not. And what if your brain tells you you did this and you really didn't do it? Now it's like, yeah, it's like you're really being toyed with by your own insanity. I don't know. Oh, so let's see. What do we got here? So, yeah, I'm glad not everyone gets high. Okay, that turns off the reality filter. Yes, it's true. It's definitely not for everyone. Exactly. They were giving it to people without telling them in the 60s and watching them freak out. Yeah, I heard a lot of different stories. When they were experimenting on animals. They were they were giving small doses to like even spiders just to see it, like the orb web, and watch them, instead of them building that orb web that's all nice and circular and tight and symmetrical the way it is, and it goes right down into the center. They were building them all like sideways and abstract, and like they were just messing with them. They couldn't even build the web, so they were doing that with animals, like you said, people, humans. They were giving people in psych meds, psychiatric wards. Yeah, they were putting them like, yeah, especially in psychiatric wards. They were giving them LSD, and they were just trying to see if it would help their mind by making them, by basically driving them more crazy. Yeah, they definitely were starting to do too much of that. In the 60s is when they really got radical with that stuff. But it turned out to be quite destructive, is what it was. You've heard of Sid Barrett, right? Old famous Sid Barrett. He was the original. I'm sure you heard of Sid Barrett, right? Indigo. I mean, he was the front man for Pink Floyd. He was the original one in that band. But I guess early on, after they started the band, he did too much LSD, and I guess it changed him. It just altered him, and they ended up basically he couldn't even perform anymore. They had to replace him with another band member. So, I mean, but you heard that was just one of many casualties that happened over the years, too, with that kind of thing. Yeah, Pink Floyd, one of my favorites. Yeah, I like Pink Floyd, too. Gosh, I love Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here. I love Floyd. I mean, but obviously Sid Barrett, man, he lost his mind. Yeah, there's a whole story about him, documentaries on how he changed. And he was almost like just changed his whole personality. And yes, Dave Gilmour replaced him. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, I knew that. I mean, but my point is that he was one of many casualties almost. I mean, he didn't die, but I mean, it's just like he did in a way, because he wasn't even the same person anymore. That's what I'm getting at. So, yeah. Yeah, but in a way, I guess the whole point, my point is that you inspired me to, in fact, you actually did inspire me to make one of my shorts about how the INFJ has a naturally almost psychedelic mind in a way. The way we think, the way our functions are, the way we kind of process information, some of our abstract, introverted, intuitive thinking it's actually an abstract thinking. And that's exactly what doing LSD and stuff does to your mind. It kind of like taints it in that way. And the fact that we're possibly neurodivergent, which neurodivergent is another thing of the brain having a more of a function as a whole and not hemispheres. It's not like a segregated brain anymore. Like I said before, it's kind of like where the neurons are firing within different regions and cortexes in the brain. So that's what neurodivergence is. So a lot of times we have all these things where we're naturally, in a way, in a state where our brain works that way, almost in a mind expanding realm almost, I guess you could say. I speak 2 sentences out of my every paragraph that goes through my head. Okay, so 2 sentences. All right. In other words, you got a lot more you could say, but you're just saying a couple sentences. I think, yeah, I know what you mean. There's so much more that we feel like we could say at a time, but it's almost like we have to slow down. Speech is almost like our mind slowing down a little bit. We're trying to translate what our mind is saying. That's why I stutter a lot, because there's so much I could fill in there that I start like stuttering a little bit. I've noticed that I do that. But I think we do that a lot of times. Yeah, we do. We just because we have so much we want to say. Our mind never stops, and sometimes we're just we try to keep up with our own speech, our own thought process, that we start speaking fast or stuttering a little bit too. Yes. Don't want to overwhelm people and repel them. No, you're right. That's a lot of times how we're misunderstood. I mean, that's the old saying. We're INFJs, and we're misunderstood a lot of times. And sometimes we feel we drop our guard. Sometimes we're kind of cautious. We're a little stoic. We might just kind of not say much. But then occasionally we might feel we have our guard let down. Then we might open up to somebody, or we might start speaking our mind. And then all of a sudden we get that, that look you get, like that, when they kind of look at you sideways, and then they kind of they're thinking about it. And they're thinking, oh, what the hell, that guy's whacked or something. All of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, I just did it. I said too much. Again, I just said too much, and I'm probably knowing. They think you're weird, and I think we've all go through this. I'm sure all of us listening right now can say that this is our life. A lot of times we're misunderstood like that. I mean, because we go into these, we think we let our guard down. We finally found somebody that's going to understand us. We can talk to, and we got that sideways look from them again. That, oh gosh, this guy's weird kind of look, And then what's changed. You right away, all right, there it is again. There it is. This is, I should have kept my mouth shut. Shouldn't have spoke my mind, but it was too late, That's the story of our life, people. You know that too. What do we got here? Then afterwards, we ruminate on it and dissect how to avoid it in the future. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yes. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, well, basically, it's we just learn to keep our mouth shut even more. And just you start hearing things and you want to reply, but you don't. Or you probably figure you probably shouldn't, especially if there's certain crowds you don't want people thinking that about you. You got to keep your mouth shut. It's there was an old saying that somebody said that it's better to remain silent and thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of on that idea. It's almost best just to keep your mouth shut, because. Yeah, we came full circle there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Came full circle. Now you're talking about our conversation, Indigo? Is that what you mean? With that? Is that what you're talking about? I think because whatever we started talking about before, I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly, but yeah. Yeah, but we're definitely the misunderstood type. There's no doubt about that. So. But anyway, so I would hope if anybody's a subscriber to the channel here, if they're all regular subscribers, I noticed a few of you are. I'm talking to Indigo. He's out there. Has anybody have any questions? Anybody have a question about maybe a post, maybe a short, a video that maybe I said something that you want a little, want me to clear up what I meant? I mean, this would be the time if you have any questions about anything, or just even a question in general. If there's anybody wants to talk about something, or yeah, I'm open to that. I mean, I'd like to think I listen and stuff, but if you're interested, you can. If not, we'll talk. Yeah, we can. Let me see. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was hoping someone would chime in so I can shut up for a second. Oh, no, man. I'm not trying to tell you to shut up. I'm not saying that. No, I don't mind. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you're bouncing back and forth. You're giving me, because that helps me too. Because early on, right, I was starting this monologue and I was kind of by myself. I was talking and it was just me. And I was like I was trying to fill in like, okay, I felt myself just talking just to talk because I'm live. And I didn't have a script. I don't have a speech or anything written down. And I'm like, all right, okay, well, I'll talk about this. And well, the channel's doing great. And yeah, and it's, and the price of stamps is still the same. It wasn't small talk. It was almost like, it felt like small talk without being small talk. I was trying to keep it. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know you're just kidding. It was more like just, it was just like trying to fill a room, but I felt like I kind of had to because I was live. I couldn't just sit here and say nothing. I mean, I gotta, like, it's like once you go live, you feel like you kind of have to keep talking. You have to find something to talk about. So, but, you do good on your own. I'm glad I could contribute. No, thanks, man. Yeah, definitely. No, you definitely added a lot of different things there. But the thing is, too, you were a familiar face. And like I said, I saw your videos, too. I remembered the bowl. And I thought, wow, that's kind of cool. I like the way, ooh, that. And I thought, wow, that is kind of neat. I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes I do get fascinated with things like that that do like have a certain richness to it or something that had a unique sound about it, and it had a nice ring to it. Like you hit it, and it was perfectly pitched, and it had and it rang. Like you said, it was a singing bowl. I know, but I remembered that, and I was I actually was meaning to tell you that I thought that was kind of cool. That whole, I liked watching the video, and you had that. What do you call that thing? It wasn't like a drumstick. It was more like it was covered with leather, and it kind of had that like drop cover. Like it looked like it was covered. Almost looked like it was something from a Native American or something that they would have used. But you did, and it gave it that harmony. It rang it. What do you call that thing? I can only imagine going live. I'd have to keep showing. You'd have to keep showing me how. If you ever went live, I guess basically, I don't know. There's really nothing to it. I mean, you just go live. I have a laptop. I'm talking on the phone here. I know you don't see the laptop. You're probably seeing, if you're watching a laptop or your phone or whatever it is, I mean, you're seeing whatever image you're seeing of me. I'm just watching myself in the laptop. I can see the whole thing scrolling off to the side. I can see all the text come in. And that's pretty much it. And that's why I keep looking off to the side, because I'm just looking at myself, and I'm just seeing some of the, things you're writing here. That's all. And of course, I turn the sound down, and but I guess the whole thing is, it's part of it is just to interact. We're here to interact with with you out there, and of course, you're putting the text in there. I'm reading the text, and I'm just talking. I mean, it really isn't much to it. And it's just a matter of setting up the phone. But I think the best thing to do is if you do that on your iPhone, you kind of have to have another device so you can read like I'm doing. You have to have a laptop on top of that tuned into your channel like I'm doing. And then so you can kind of look at your own broadcast and then get an idea of how things are looking too. It's like, oh, okay. All right. I look all right. Oh, yeah, gee, my hair's out of place. I better fix my hair over here. So at least you can kind of keep an eye on yourself, right? Making sure that everything looks good. That's pretty much all it is. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's all it is. It's kind of like a violin string, except it's on a metal surface. Yep, okay. The friction causes vibration. You should get one. They are about $70 or so. Oh, $70, huh? Oh, I mean, I think, I don't know if I tell you, when you used it and I was watching, I was like fascinated. Hey, that's kind of cool. I just thought it was something it was all right, But I tell you what, if I ever stumbled across one of those, if something ever happened and I got one, and I knew what it was, and especially now that I saw that one you were using, I'd snap it up, and I'd probably I'd probably just, I'd bring it home. I know I would. So, but I'd like the one, but I just like the one you had though. So, hey, there was another video too I was watching too. I just happened while I was watching videos on your channel, and you were like far enough away, but there was some water. There was a water park, and you said, "Hey, watch this. This bucket's filling up." It was like a big bucket. It looked like it was on a kind of a balance thing. And once it got to a certain level, the way it would just tip down, and it would. So if somebody was standing under the thing, it would just drench them. But it would fill up. It would take like 5 minutes to fill it up with the water, and then it would just dump and doused somebody standing there. And you were saying like, "Hey, watch this. This thing will dump water in like every 5 minutes or something." So that was another thing I saw. You were doing that from a distance, and you said, "I don't want to get too close." So yeah, I saw that one too. So I watch your videos. Again, I mean, anybody that has a channel out there, if I see they subscribe to my channel, I do. I try to get I might be curious, and I'll check out your channels, and I'll flip around and say, "Hey, all right, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing on their channels." So I definitely like to take interest in things. Yeah, they had those several parks here in Albany because of the heat. Oh yeah, because it gets hot now. If you're down in Texas, yeah, and obviously that was taken during the summer. Matter of fact, just out of curiosity, what's the temperature right now down there? It's probably in the 60s or 50s maybe. I mean, it's not as cold as it is up here in the Northeast, but I'm thinking it's still somewhat, I'm sure it's not like summer weather, obviously. So, yeah. Yeah, but 34 degrees? Really? Jeez, that's okay. I guess it does get colder than I thought. I think that's right. Actually, I hear it does get cold down in, every so often. It was 80 yesterday, and now it's 34 degrees. Man, so that's something else then, huh? That's quite a temperature change. I'm thinking it was 80 degrees during the day. What is it, at night? Then the sun goes down, it cools down to 34 degrees. Is that it? No shit. I said it. I try to keep oh, that's okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's quite a temperature fluctuation, no doubt about it. So, yeah. Okay. But anyway, so is Frush still out there? I wonder if Frush is still out there. Are you still out there, Frush? Out there in the Philippines? I noticed they chimed in quite a bit earlier, but I didn't know if that was still out there or not. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. Well, anyway, I hope everybody's enjoying the channel. I'm glad to see people coming back, though. I mean, I've actually talked to you, Indigo, on chats over for the last month, at least a little over a month, maybe 2 months or so. So I know you've definitely been out there, man. I'm definitely glad I got a chance to actually talk to you. You know what I mean? I was actually kind of looking forward to talking to you because of some of the conversations we've had already. And so that's good. That's good. But you sound like you've got, see, everybody's unique and individual, man. We all have the same unique personality, but we all have our own ways about us. We got our own beliefs. We got our own things that we do, our own rituals. Yeah, I mean, we're all unique, even though we're all have the same personality type. But some of the things you say, the way you word them, I mean, I can hear you. I know, where you're coming from. I mean, we're not identical, and I don't think any two INFJs are. We're still our individual personality. I mean, even though we have the same personality, doesn't mean we act the same, think the same, have the same spiritual or political beliefs. Because, I mean, we could be completely different. I mean, they could be completely different spiritualities. Some people are atheists. Some are heavily into religions. Some are from the left. Some are from the right politically. And they could be far in either one. And you can't have one ideology and think you can't lump every INFJ into one category. even though you have a set core ways of your alignments of your functions work as an INFJ. Yeah, we have a fundamental way that we process our mind, and that's what, and it's very rare. That links us. That keeps us basically in a lot of ways having something in common. But yeah, we could be completely different in every way, personality wise. Plenty in common as well, though. Sometimes, some things are universal while we are unique. Yes, yeah. Nothing like another INFJ mirror to reflect, huh? Yes, exactly, dude. Yes, yeah. That's my point. But like I said, but I mean, there's something there that just rings, almost like that dead bowl thing, man. Something resonates. Like I said, you chant Om. You heard 200 people chant Om in that certain ring. Even though everybody has that certain voice, that certain like pitch of a it kind of rings a certain way, even though you're different. Yeah, because a lot of things you're saying, yeah, I can tell. You definitely have a way of wording things. That's not another thing. I've noticed INFJs are very gift with their words, very gift worded things. Have a good way of communicating and just putting words together. And you have that when you type it out. I'm like, yeah, because I do stuff like that too. And sometimes but you understand it's like how they're thinking it. May not be exactly something you would have typed, but you kind of know where it came from because of the process is the same way, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So, no, that's good though. That's good though. Now, another thing on one of your videos, do you live in like an RV trailer or something like that, or trailer home? Because I thought I heard something about that, and you were having I don't know, having some issue with the house. I can't remember what that was, but you were talking about something. I couldn't remember what, but. Or maybe that was before. Maybe that was from years ago. Maybe that was a time at the you were just camping or something like that. Yeah. Oh, I have a motorhome. Yeah. Okay. Because I thought I heard you mentioning something about that. Yeah. I got one too. That's where I'm living right now. I have a like a trailer home. I'm in like a small trailer park, and I bought this house. It's going to be 2.5 years ago. I mean, I didn't need a big giant house. I didn't need a big, if I could have found a fixed house, I would have, like a built house with foundation. But I found one that was in a decent area, that was fairly new. It was a fairly good, like, newer trailer. So, yeah, I don't believe in paying rent. I keep all my money. Okay, so I see what you're saying. No, you're talking like an RV or like a mobile home. Because not like a trailer home, because that's what I'm in. I'm paying a mortgage. I mean, I actually like bought a trailer home that I'm paying like a mortgage on. So my job lets me stay in the park lot, and I have a gas generator. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like a gas generator. No, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's decent. No, that I do remember you saying something about that. About you had cats in there and you were something. But see, I've been listening. You can tell I watched a couple of the videos just to, like I said, just get an idea. Yeah, I lucked out. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Hey, I feel like I lucked out too. That was another thing that happened. I mean, after I got divorced, 5 years ago, I had to. I lived in an apartment in Concord, New Hampshire, for 2 years, and I saved up enough money, and then finally I decided I didn't want to pay rent for the rest of my life. I knew rent would never end, and I thought I gotta come up with a plan to where I can at least own a house before I retire. Because I'm getting close to retirement. I'm just years away now. I'm If I'm getting close enough to retirement where the Social Security office sends me these flyers in the mail now. I just got one about a week ago that was like, if you retire at this year, you'll get this much benefits. This year, that much. Like it goes up until when you're 70, then they give you the maximum amount. The thing is, if I was to work full time till I'm 70, if I go that long, I mean, sure, you're getting good money, but you've just knocked off a lot of the years of your life. You're going to have to spend that money. Okay, you're getting good money, but less time you're going to spend it. Or you could retire a few years earlier, get less money, but get a little more time to at least enjoy some of your retirement. So, but my plan I'm thinking though, I mean, if I do good on YouTube, I mean, this is I'm thinking part of a retirement right now too. I mean, when I'm eventually done working and I pay this mortgage, and I'm thinking, like I said, eventually I get like maybe my computer and I start doing YouTubes. Now, say this channel takes off. I'm hoping someday this channel is going to take off. Maybe I get a lot of people in years from now, and I'm still me. I'd like to think this channel is going to keep going on well into my retirement, and I won't want to retire. It means, I still have a connection here with the YouTube. And whether it be this channel, maybe a different one too, maybe another one. But yeah, that's part of like a long-term like goal, is to just make sure that I have you out there, all of you out there, and that we're all, have some kind of connection for the foreseeable future, well into my retirement, which is going to be, like I said, in just a couple of years from now. So yeah, this is all part of the whole plan that I got too. It's just to keep busy, is to stay busy in my own way, Yeah. So you're all helping me, people out there. You being out there, just knowing you're out there is just right there, kind of getting me right in the heart. You know what I mean? Just want you to know that. Anybody hears that, yeah, you get me right there. But that's all part of the whole plan there, So, okay, I'll be 51 this year. Oh, are you? Oh, you're a youngster. Gosh, I wish I was 51 again, man. Oh, gosh, I'd love to be 51 again. Hey, actually, I got you by 10 years because I'm turning 61 next month. Yeah. How do you like that? Yeah. Well, yeah, okay, so 51. Yeah, that's 10 years. That's 10 years. I mean, that's quite a bit. But I wouldn't mind being 10 years or younger. Because one thing I've noticed, though, about getting older, especially having this personality affliction that we have. I was talking earlier about how being younger, it's some of the most difficult times of our life, especially being in our like teenage, adolescent years, into our 20s. It's difficult because so many things are awakening. I did some, I've talked about that before. But one of the greatest things about the INFJ is the fact when we get older, when we reach these ages, when you get into your 50s, your 60s, and even beyond, whatever that might be, there's some of the best moments for our mentally, spiritually, and our consciously. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I know everybody's different. Everybody handles life different. Now, for me personally, turning this age in my life at this point has actually been one of the best things for me. I know my knees ache, my body is starting to fail, and I feel it. I'm getting gray hair. I'm all gray and old looking, and I'm telling you, I feel the age in my body, but my mind, my spirit is like alive, and it's just full right now. I mean, it makes up for it. It's like what we make up for it in youth with our mind and our wisdom and our spirit. But we have the youth, we have the body, but we don't have the wisdom. But now all of a sudden, it's a complete reversal. Now you get the experience, the wisdom, and the clarity in your mind. But yeah, you start getting old. Your body starts failing in that way. So, I mean, there is a trade-off there. But in a way, it's one of the best times in our life as an INFJ is to finally just reach a point in our life where we reach the stage. See? The clarity is a blessing. Yes. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that. Now, I was starting to find a sense of clarity even before I found out what the MBTI type. It was better. It was way better. And it really got better when I found out what this personality was. Like I said, it wasn't a cure, but it was just like a relief. Now, a lot of times INFJs, yeah, we all say that. It's like a relief to find out your type. When you find out who you are, and you finally just took a test, and all of a sudden you realize this is what your life is, it's a relief just to know you're not alone, just to know that you're not crazy. Sometimes we go through our life thinking we have a mental illness or our mind doesn't work quite right because we are different. We have nobody to compare it to because we're so rare. And all of a sudden we start talking to other INFJs on these channels and we realize, okay, we don't meet face to face. We just know we're out there. We hear each other talk or we hear each other text and we know that we're coming from the same place. Finally, we found people that we relate to. Comes from being called weird too long. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's funny how we all go through that. I mean, there's so many times in my job, I start a new job and I say, all right, how long is it going to be before I'm labeled the weird guy? It's always good guy, polite guy, nice guy, but just a little weird. You know what they're thinking. You know what they're probably saying. Yeah, they're likable. They like you. People like you. They just think you're weird. They just think you're a little bit off. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the stereotype that follows us through our life. A lot of times is how we're labeled, and you're right. It is about being weird too long, But a lot of times the clarity, it isn't. When you stop trying to prove to people you're not weird, when you say hey, whatever, it is what it is. I mean, people might see me living in my trailer home, and I'm kind of the lone guy who doesn't have a lot of friends typically, who kind of just stays to himself. And I know they're probably thinking to themselves, "Oh yeah, what's his deal? He's alone a lot, But I have to say that's none of their business, I mean, I had a history of a life. I'm choosing right now to just kind of live it. Just have a private life right now. I don't want to get married again right now. I'm not in a big hurry to get into a relationship right now where, you're involved with somebody that's living with you that's just causing turmoil in your life. I mean, I don't need that. I don't need to find somebody that, you find out 3 weeks, 3 months down the line that you can't stand them anymore. Or, then you just have to have them leave your house. I don't need that. I don't need to find out somebody becomes insufferable or whatever. It's like, yeah, you're at a point now where you're alone, you're by yourself, and you're comfortable that way. You don't feel alone anymore. Yeah, but you need your house to be your own sanctuary in a sense. That's the way it's become with me. It's like my own home is like my charging center. It's like my retreat. This house right here, this chair right here is like my center almost. I mean, there's a couple of places I sit in my house, but that is like your center of your world, and you feel like this is your charging place. Yeah, and you feel like alive. Embrace it, love it, exactly. Spaceman. Okay, so you're a spaceman, huh? Comes from being called. Yep, there you go. Exactly. Yep. I'm sure, like I said, that's just something that we all had to kind of endure most of our life, is those kind of stereotypes through our life, I'm sure, definitely. So, good gosh. Wow, I've been here. See, sometimes I tell you, when I start doing a live, when things start clicking, and I get into like a good comfortable mode, and so sometimes it feels like like when I get past the whole nervousness of like just starting out, because early on you're kind of warming up, like anything, you warm up, but then you get kind of comfortable, and it lasts hour or so, it's been gotten much more comfortable. And then you're just kind of relaxed and you're doing your thing, you know what I mean? So the world causes fight or flight. When you're home, it's time to rest and digest. Oh, yeah, you got a lot of rhymes. You can't fight and flight, rest and digest. You got a lot of poem. Like you like to rhyme your stuff, I've noticed. Yeah. Hey, you're a poet, and I bet you don't even know it, right? Oh gosh, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry, man. Oh yeah, no, that's exactly it, man. I mean, your home should be it should be like your sanctuary. I mean, bottom line is your own insides should be too. We need to find a spot in our life where our mind, our own consciousness becomes our own sanctuary, just like the same feeling you get in your home. I mean, because a lot of times through our life, now this is a good one you steered me into. As INFJs, I talked about that confusion we go through most of our life, that turmoil, that racing mind. A lot of times our mind is just tugging in so many directions. And we do go through that. And it takes a long time for us to figure that out, okay? Now, eventually, as we get older, as we reach this age, that mind that was chaotic and turmoil it will change. I mean, for me, it did. Eventually, your mind needs to find that whole sanctuary, your whole existence, your own consciousness is like, it has to become that in a way. And when you start feeling like that, then you're at peace of your mind as well. I mean, there's only so much your home can bring. I mean, these are just walls that you're familiar with. You're in your structure. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. You're quiet. You're safe in your house. But your mind, but that takes perseverance. That just takes a whole lifetime of us discovering who we are. Just always wanting to discover more and more who we are. And that's a lot of like our quest. And that's why we're so drawn to psychology and so drawn to these things. And once we find out what the MBTI type is, I'm telling you, INFJs, for some reason, glom onto this. They're drawn to it like flies on you know what. I mean, they just are, because all of a sudden now this is a whole new avenue, a whole new chapter that they can discover about their mind, about their personality, about the way they think. And they've been trying to figure that out their whole life, and this just falls right into line. Once you discover MBTI, my gosh, this rare personality type, you glom right onto that. And then you start immersing yourself. Now, that's what I did. And the more you figure that out, and then you realize it, and you start having a way of settling your mind down, you settle down your thoughts, it's a painful journey. It is a painful time to get there. There's a lot of suffering in the way, because you're always in confusion, you're always in depression sometimes. And if you face it long enough and just let it be there, eventually you stay back and say, okay, somehow it's gone. The storm is gone out of me. And now you reach a point in your life, you reach a certain age in your life where you're in control. Your mind is not controlling you anymore, and you're comfortable. Once you reach a comfort too in your mind and you're stable there, I'm telling you, man, that's when you're living your best life. So, and that's basically the way it is right now. And that's why I say it's turning into the best time of my life. So, okay, I regurgitate a bunch of stuff I hear. So do I. I do that too, man. I do that all the time. Yes, I get that. Yeah, the world. I mean, sometimes you hear stuff, you hear things people say, and if you liked it, you might say it again. You'll repeat it. A lot of times it might be your own stuff. Yeah, but that's just the way we are, man. If something resonated with you, something made sense, and something was factual, why not? Why not just say, yeah, just say it again. So you regurgitate it. Of course you do that stuff, But yeah, that's the point we want to reach people. That's what we're here for. Bottom line is that's why we're here, because we want to encourage each and every one of us basically to find the truth that we're all looking for. And being that we have this rare personality, and like I said, I talked about all the drawbacks, and this is one of the things that draws us in here. And so many of us are suffering through our life. Even now, I don't know who still is, but a lot of times you're at a stage in your life, at INFJ, we go through our suffering phases. We go through our confused, our depressive states, our confusing states. The tears are flowing. Maybe we're suffering alone. We might have this home and we're crying, but we go outside. Guess what? We clean our face up. We comb our hair, and we look like nothing ever happened. The world doesn't see this side of us. We won't show them that side. We won't show them the tears that come down, or the times we might be just crying ourselves to sleep because we can't figure ourselves out, and we feel so isolated and so alone, so empty. And nobody says that because we're not going to show the world that, and we don't tell people that. I never did. But you know what's there, because somehow you think there was something wrong with you. It's like, what are you going to hear? Oh, well, you got to man up a little bit, Sounds like you're a little bit fruitcake there, You're crying all the time, and who's good? That's what you're going to get anyway. What's the point? Why tell anybody you cry and that? Yeah, well, you're just a little fruity. You got to toughen up a little bit. Of course, as being a man, especially, men would never say that. A man, you can't say that. Gosh, I cry myself to sleep sometime. Why are you going to tell that? You're just going to make a mockery out of yourself and make yourself put a target on you. So you can't tell anybody this stuff, But that's one of the things we go through. But eventually, I'm just saying it's going to finally work itself out. And just discover who you are. Just understand how your alignments are. And above all, it's all about your spirituality. Ultimately, when we're suffering, when we're going through this turmoil, we may think it's just because we're empty and we're sad, but a lot of times, this is our spirit crying out for something. It's our own spirit reaching for God. Yeah, a lot of times we're not told this. Especially not with modern day society. Perhaps, spiritual, mentors will tell you this. But a lot of times when we're feeling depressed, when we're feeling anxious, when we're feeling it, these are tests. These are tests from our Creator, God. We're supposed to find a certain completion, a certain salvation from God. And a lot of times these confusing moments in our life are tests. And because things can't be pleasant just to find things. A lot of times these quests of our strength in our heart have to be painful in order to strengthen us. All right. When you look back to nature, and I've said this before, people. Now, when you go back to nature, you have to almost use nature has to be a mirror and a reflection into back to what your soul does. What we, you know what I mean? Just the same way. Trees, the same way things on the outside, the harshness of climate and how they affect animals and how they affect trees, and the wind and how the wind keeps whipping, and it actually strengthens a tree. The tree could not be strong as it is without the constant force, without the harshness of winter, without losing its leaves, without the storms. If it didn't have that, it wouldn't grow tall. It would be pretty much on the ground. It wouldn't be a thick trunk of a tree because it wouldn't have built. So these harshness, these sufferings that the trees have in the wild is what strengthen it. Now you take our soul, the human soul. You look at you see the reflection of what nature does. Now you look at our soul, and it's a reflection in a spiritual, mental way that we go through. And this is the way we handle things. This is the way God built us. Like to tell you, we're half animal. We're animal. We have flesh. We have the whole drives. We have the we have things pulling us. We have hunger. We have urges, but we're also spiritual. But also we have drives in our heart. And sometimes the depression, sometimes the sadness we have, the emptiness we have, is actually our way of God trying to reach us, test us, okay, initiate us, okay. I mean, a lot of times things aren't just given to you pleasantly; they have to be earned. Hey, when you go through an initiation, you want to go to the Marines. What does a drill sergeant do to you? If you're to be a Marine, what do you got to do? You got 12 weeks in, what is it, Paris Island? Now, I wasn't a Marine, people, but I'm saying this is what happens. And what do? In order to gear you up for a war, they don't play patty cake with you. No, they make you run. They make you run. They scream in your face. They call you every derogatory thing. They try to build you down into a nothing. They try to beat your spirit into nothing. And then when you are beaten down into nothing, what do? They rebuild you. They remake you into a soldier. You see? It's all the stress. Now, if they didn't have bombs going off and drill sergeants screaming at you to move, run another 4 miles when you think you can't run anymore, do push-ups until you can't go anymore, do sit-ups till you can't go anymore, they exercise you, they punish you, they degrade you, they belittle you. This is a test. But what they're doing, they're forging you into being what? A Marine. Somebody that can be in a battlefield, literally be in a battlefield that is where bombs are going off, there are bullets flying over your head. Your buddies right next to you could have their legs blown off, but you have to keep your composure somehow. You see? Now my comparison is that this stress, this pain that you had to forge through made you a Marine. God's salvation is the same way in your soul. Your same way. These pains that you have in your the aches, the same depressions that you have in your heart are ways of forging you, are ways of building you, of tearing you down and rebuilding you in the image of God, rebuilding you in your spirit into a strong, fortified, spiritual being, basically. But you have to suffer the same way that Marine, the same way that tree has to suffer through the winter in order to strengthen itself. It's all part of it. It's all part of your design. So instead of running from it, we have to at some point bear it. We have no choice but to gain our strength. And sometimes you have to persevere and suffer through these bouts. But as you do, you gain strength. You gain fortitude. You gain wisdom. And you gain more clarity. You gain more of a focus into the code of God. God's code. I think I had a video about the God code. Maybe you've seen that. And it's basically, it's all about how we are programmed with a code from God, the same way nature is programmed with instincts, with animals. Then certain codes are imprinted. We have codes imprinted from our Creator. And the more we find our stresses, the more we suffer through our stresses, the more we suffer through these, the more clarity our God code becomes, the more of a link we have to our Creator and how He's teaching us. Yeah, so these are all necessary for us to find these things out. Yeah, and as INFJs, we've almost forged ourselves to understand this. So most of our life is just instinctive like this. People, we're a suffering soul anyway. It's like we were cut out to find this in a way. We were, for some reason, this personality type is just geared to find a certain level of consciousness instinctively. Now, again, I mean, not everybody can withstand it just because you have the personality, but it seems that we're geared that way. But we have a hard life. We know we have, as you call the what's the old saying? We have blessings and we have curses. And yes, I'm talking about the curses. And it seems like we're full of those. And our whole life is a hard life. And I know anybody that has this personality, what you're saying, oh yeah, this is what we have in common. And if anybody's feeling that, understand that you're being tested by God. Ultimately, you're not being punished. You're not being tortured. It may feel like that, and it does. It feels that way, but bottom line is you are being transformed. I was trying to think of the right word, into a soldier for God. Wow. See, a lot of times I just let this stuff flow out here, people, and this just comes out, you know. Peace 25. Hi, Peace. Hey, did you just show up? I kind of did this unannounced. I was on here for a while, but Peace, it's good to see you. How are you? Okay. Many of us take the easy way out. That's right. I have 2 jobs. It's hard to manage. Consider how I value my time alone. Cook during the day. Auto mechanic till 10 p.m. Oh, you got a busy life there, Indigo. Yeah. Male empath is the path of the wise fool. Yeah, male empath. Yeah. It's tough being a man empath, isn't it? Because there's a lot of times that sensitivity, you know, it's like we have to kind of shield that. Being a man, I mean, I've heard something about the term that I heard somebody using was masking. Is that a lot of times, especially male INFJs, mask. We do this quite a bit because we have a sensitive heart. We're men, and we tend to have that, and that's affiliated a lot with like a female trait, a femininity in a lot of ways, is that sensitivity, and it is. So what does a man do? I mean, we gotta mask it, cover it up, so that a lot of times we look stoic, we show no emotion, we show no fear, we almost go out of our way to kind of look tougher than we really are. And deep down, we know we're sensitive, but we can't let the world see that. So a lot of times we put the mask on, and you know what? Over the course of our lifetime, that mask gets pretty convincing. I mean, it can get quite scary sometimes. It can get very, it can, because it evolved. We spent our whole life evolving this, because we just know that if you let that side show, it's a vulnerability we don't want to have. This is one of the plight of the male INFJ. Exactly that, is that masking is something we have to almost master. Quite like that, huh? But nice to see you, Peace. Okay, so Peace, I'm not doing as good as I'd like to. I hope you were doing. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, how's your therapy? I know your neck. You say your neck is. I know your neck's bugging you. Have you been doing okay? Been doing your therapy and stuff? Or now, did you have to retire, Peace? Yeah, I just woke up. My meds makes me sleepy. Oh, okay. Yeah. I might not wear as much anymore. It's always unavailable. Yep. Oh, okay. So you said, well, that's, I know you've been talking about that. I read some of your comments. You're sometimes I think whatever you've been whatever you're being dealt with in life right now, peace in the valley is it looks like it's taking a toll. Sometimes when I hear that, I'm not in your shoes. I can't quite speak for you. I mean, I can only say, "Oh, cheer up." I can't do that. I mean, I just hope that somehow things go well for you. I know you say you're having. Sometimes your doctors aren't really giving you a lot of good advice and stuff, and I know you'd say, so you would say. I was reading one of your posts before, or one of your comments that said that your doctors aren't very helpful to you, but hopefully that changes. Hopefully, that's all I can say. So, but well, anyway, we're all up late tonight, huh? Gee, hey, sometimes I guess it's kind of cool to stay up late too, you know. And I was actually, like I said, I was kind of thinking if I was on late like this, I know also Like I said, I know there's some people from other countries. In fact, Australia, Philippines, maybe New Zealand. There's people from all around the world, and sometimes when I'm on during the day, they might be sleeping. So I was trying to get a little bit of the later crowd too. But it's always good to see everybody that's a regular. It actually warms my heart to see some of you regulars out there. I mean, you're like old friends. You really are. Peace. I've known you almost from the first month. Yeah, from the first month this channel started. I think one of the first times I ever had a live, and Peace in the Valley was talking, and she's been there for pretty much the whole time. Yeah. So it's always good to see old friends come in. Yes. I start therapy on Wednesday and have an MRI done, and now I have to see my spine specialist, plus seeing a behavior health specialist. So basically, I'm a mess. Oh, gosh. Yeah, gosh. I know. You definitely sound like you got some pain in there. If you got problems in your neck, I know you've been into a couple of auto accidents. I know you told me what's going on, and I can only imagine what the physical chronic stuff does. I mean, hey, look, I got a couple of things that creep up in my life here and there. I mean, since I turned 60, actually, since I got into my late 50s, I noticed things crept up in my body. Just like knees start aching a little bit. I mean, I got an arm that doesn't quite function all the way anymore. I got nerve damage. I got things going on too. And even heart things, kidney things. I mean, things are going on right now that were never there. But, sometimes chronic pain can really be depressing in itself. It just adds to another test. I mean, a lot of times I was just talking about the whole pain in our heart from depression. You add physical pain in there, and that just complicates it. Makes it just that much more uncomfortable. It just complicates the whole thing, doesn't it? All I can say is, well, really not much you can say other than just all you can do is do the best you can to try to make sure that whatever perseverance you're going through shines through, and somehow you find you just maintain the peace in your heart the best you can, even despite all the physical pain. Back in '84, wow, that was a long time. I was hit by a car as a pedestrian, and my knee was crushed. And I didn't. You really? I didn't hear that one. I don't think you told me that. Back in 1984, gosh, I was 19 years old. You must have been a teenager. I mean, we're right around the same age. I think I can imagine you were a kid or something back then. I didn't know that. You got hit by a car too? Jeez. You got bad luck. You getting hit. Plus you had a couple of car accidents too later, fairly recently too, I believe. Yeah. Well, all I can say is, I mean, it's just another level of you having to persevere through physical pain as well. It's, it kind of reminds me of, gosh, I mean, we had a lot of lessons from Jesus. I mean, gosh, that he had to carry a cross up to the mountain. He had to carry the very cross he was going to be nailed to, and it's almost like he knew his fate. It's almost like he was begging, like in the agony of the Garden of Eden. No, not Garden of Eden. Excuse me. The agony in the garden. The one. What was it? Right after the Last Supper, when he went and prayed. And he prayed and he sweated blood outside of his pores. He was so frightened, begging God to take the cup away from him. And he literally was sweating blood. He was so pained. And you can only imagine the agony of just knowing that in a few hours what you're going to endure. Yeah. Well, I mean, he could foresee what was going to happen to him. He had prophecy and things, but he was begging God to take this from him. And that's all he could do is say, take this. And even he suffered. Now he was the Lord, and that was a physical thing he had to go through. And even despite that, he forgave the people that crucified him on the cross. You know, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that. You know, these are supposed to be like little examples for us to know that even despite that, it's yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, you were 18 years old and you had bad luck. Yeah, so you're about a year younger than me. I was in 1984. Yeah, I would have been 19 years old. You were 18. So yeah, we like I knew we were about the same age. See, we're from the same generation. In fact, a lot of us are. I noticed most of the demographics, most of us are all in this age group. I mean, I think we get along because we all had the same generation. We're all Gen Xers. I'm like an old Gen Xer myself. Yeah, so we all had similar times we grew up. The world was a certain way, and now we're all older. We're all at a certain point in our life too. I would imagine too. A lot of us, even age-wise, spiritual-wise, we're probably all in a similar place. So we all kind of know. And now I start talking, and we get along because yeah, we're all pretty much at that same stage. Yeah, that's got to be it. That's why there's a lot of older. Well, I say my age in our generation. Yes. I was hoping to make it to retire at least to 62, only 2 years away. Now I'm filing for this. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting to the point too. Yeah. I mean, I still have a few years. I'm hoping I can pay my mortgage. I have a few $1,000s more. I mean, I got it all planned out. I just have to have stick around long enough to pay my mortgage and see how long I can keep working full time. But I'm being sent like letters in the mail from Social Security that are telling me, what my benefits are going to be at what ages I'm going to take them. And they're saying I could go till I'm 70. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Not the pace I'm doing now. I mean, I'd have to probably do something lighter a little bit. I mean, it would be nice if these YouTube channels eventually start clicking and I can start making a little bit of something on these YouTube channels. I mean, that's going to be some time in the future, but it takes a long time to get to that level. You have to have subscribers and watch times and things like that. But I'm thinking in a few years from now, maybe that can help me a little bit. But I want to keep these channels up. This is something that I was saying that earlier too. Pieces that that I want these channels to be here. Plus, I just want to be there for everybody. I like to think I want to be here as long as I can for you people out there in the audience because I sometimes these lives just fill me up. I mean, I see your comments, and I like to think that I can just be somebody out here that can talk, that can be a little bit of a friend out here. That's all I can do, really. I'm going to do this as long as I can. That much I can guarantee. Well beyond my retirement from my job, I'm going to do this stuff. But I tell you but that's why I like what I'm doing here, though. Well, you definitely that's in the groove. Oh yeah, that's right. That's Indigo. I called him Indigo, right? I think I was saying that. Indigo? Yes, that's right. I was, he died before my mortgage. I'll die before my mortgage is paid off, but I'll have peace here in my home. Oh, don't say that. Come on. Don't say that. You gotta, I know sometimes it's hard to be upbeat, isn't it? Sometimes I'm not gonna say you should just be smiling, be upbeat just for nothing. I mean, sometimes things are tough. It's tough to see the glass half full when you got a lot of like aches and pains and like things are going on and you got to file. Yeah, no, I can imagine that just you compound, like I said, some things are just the way our life is anyway. And then you feel like you feel like your whole life was nothing but a headache, you know? So yeah, it can be a real downer sometime just to be like that. But oh yeah, look it up. Well, what does that? Mortgage means death contract in Latin. Oh, is that what that means? Indigo. Indigro. Did you say mortgage means death contract in Latin? Really? I, you know what? I bet you're right. I'm not going to dispute that. I never heard that, but I would. But the thing is, a mortgage though, it's. I mean, back in the time. I mean, when you signed away, because you were paying for your house pretty much most of your life, people weren't living as long as we were. Now, I mean, you take a 25, 30-year mortgage out, and back in that time, and you were lucky to live 35 years. So you think about it. You were probably paying, if they were paying 30-year mortgages, that is, back then that was a whole life. I mean, nowadays we've got a better life expectancy, typically. We're not dying that young as we were, not on average. But yeah, I can see how that might have been. A mortgage was just, you were basically buying that house and paying it off for the rest of your life because you didn't live long. So that's probably what. Haha, I only bought my house 5 years ago and I have 25 more to go. Oh, yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I get that. See, I had hey, Indigro, that's the plan. Yeah, okay. Hey, I did the same thing. I got mine almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. But I had a plan, and I had a job that was going to pay me a certain amount. I had it all factored in. I actually borrowed on one of my pensions. I ended up paying taxes on it, but I ended up throwing some money on that, and plus I had to go higher over principal, so I was trying to chew it down. I was hoping to have my house paid for in less than 25 years, and right now the way I'm projecting, it's going to be a little under 5. But I have to keep my payments a certain amount. I have to go over the amount on principal to do that. So I'm kind of strapping myself now. Like I don't have a lot of spending money after the fact, after my job. So I'm basically working for the house right now just to pay it. But once I'm paid for them, and then I can just relax a bit and realize now all I'm going to have now is the tax and the insurance on the house, and maybe the park rent. I live in a kind of a co-op, so I do play a park rent. And other than that, I mean, so then at that point, when I reach that point, I'm not going to be working as hard anyway. I don't need all that money, but I do have it now. But still had to plan it out though. Sometimes our plans don't work out, Tom. I know. No, you're absolutely right. I know that. If you're paying a 25-year mortgage and you're late at 5 years, you're saying, I know, you're doing the math, and you're a realist. You're probably thinking, yeah, you're not going to live to be 80 or whatever. Hey, if I had paid a 25-year mortgage and paid it just as is when I bought this house, I would have been paying this till I was 83 years old if I had just gone it the way and just gone it. And that's why I said I have to do this more aggressive, and I had to come up with another plan. I knew I couldn't probably do the mortgage well into my past retirement and my elderly. I didn't want to do that. So I had to come up with another plan. But I know what you mean. Not everybody's plans are the same way, you know. I mean, we all got a different way we had to manage our mortgage, I can imagine, right? So, well, anyway, gosh, I tell you, sometimes I think about your piece. I think about some of the things that are going on, and sometimes you get me thinking, like, gosh, you really do. You get in my mind. I think, man, I hope she's doing all right. I hope she's feeling better. I hope she can get her neck better. I do sometimes think that, you know. It's all I can do. But, you know, you are in my mind now sometimes, Peace. I want you to know that. A lot of people pay personal property tax, and you'll still have never paid off. Most die before the home gets paid off. Yeah, I know. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right. I can imagine a lot of people Or sometimes you hear about people getting things foreclosed on. You know, people can't pay their mortgage at some point, and then they end up getting kicked out of there. And I mean, I don't know. It does happen. If finances don't go well, or jobs don't go well, or whatever happens, you know. Like, I mean, I'm at a point in my life too. I mean, like I said, I mean, I got certain things that ail me, and like I said, there's a couple things. I told you I had a heart issue over a year ago, and I had some scares in my life too, where I thought things happened to me, and I'm like, you know, there's things going on right now that, you know, I don't know. I mean, how long I got to live either. I try to think I'm not going to let it bug me, but sometimes part of me says, well, my heart could just decide to let go someday, and I just something happens, I'm suddenly drop dead. I got to keep that in the back of my head, but you reach a certain time in your life when you get into like a certain age, and when you get into your 60s and especially in your 70s, you start seeing that sunset, the end of your life, you know, as you know it within the next 20 years. I mean, like in the next 15 years, we're already into that life expectancy range where, gosh, you know, now you're already to that point where you're at the average where people tend to pass away. You know, like 78, 77 or whatever. Late 70s is an average, but not everybody makes it to that far. I know. It's kind of a cruel thing to think that, you know, you spend most of your life, you live most of it just to see the writing on the wall, then you only have a certain amount of time left. Yeah. It's part of the way we live, I guess. My neck is permanently messed up, as well as my knees. So we can't control everything that happens to us. I know, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But it was a good thing you were able to work right up. You said you had a driving job, but now you can't drive either? Now, no? Is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had to take my eyes off the horizon so I could appreciate the ground beneath my feet. Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah. Sometimes, like I said, I mean, all you can do, like a lot of times, is just know you're still alive. You're still here. You're still talking to me. Okay? And you're going to talk to me as long as I keep talking. You know, we have a conversation. You know, do you ever look into a deeper aspect of saying, like, maybe it's for a deeper, like, state of grace you're trying to find? I know it's like you know, I hate to think that you're being made to suffer longer. I mean, we suffer in our soul anyway. I was talking about that earlier. Depression is a way of a lot of times we go through bouts of that in our whole life. And sometimes physical, and then you add physicality on top of that, and that only compounds things when you have to deal with your body having pains like that. All I can say is that enduring this thing, I mean, you know, maybe it's a learning curve. It's something that's going to, you know, bring you to a heightened state of grace somehow. I don't know. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, I'm trying to just speak it in such a way that I'm trying to, like, help you out. That's all I can do. But I guess, I mean, it'd be easy enough for me to tell you, just think positive. Oh, just think this. So, you know, that only goes so far. But just understand, like, question, what is the test? What is it that you're supposed to learn? I mean, you know, but we really don't know our own course here. I mean, sometimes I think that way too, because I'm not the same healthy guy I was 20 years ago. There was a time in my life I felt like I was impervious. I mean, I was a bull. I was strong. I still am. I mean, I'm still a strong guy. I mean, I'm just not as strong as I used to. I mean, I was healthy. I mean, I was doing heavy work all the time. And it wasn't till, like, say, the last 5 years, things started creeping up on me. I mean, cholesterol issues, joints, nerves, things like that, all of a sudden started happening. And not quite like what you had, but they were there. But just things enough to get me thinking, things enough just to make you where you're not healthy anymore. Your physical body is just not as strong anymore. And it just, like I said, it just compounds. It compounds things. Somehow I can only say that we got to reach a state of consciousness where we're actually almost separate from our body. Like somehow our body is just a vessel we're in. And I think a lot of times, I mean, we have to reach that state of consciousness where our bodies are just that. They're meant to die. They're meant to get old and feeble and go away eventually. But we have to somehow find a state of like consciousness, state of grace that's spiritual, that separates us from that. And that's more powerful than even what our body can have. I mean, that's the only way I can put it is that, yeah, these are some of the lessons we figure out, and that's part of our whole journey of finding our heightened consciousness is being so conscious beyond our limitations of our body even. But I know it's easy to say for me. I don't have what you have. I don't. I mean, I have my own things, but, I don't, that's all I can really offer at this point here. So, yeah, I drove a truck for 4 years, and after that, a taxi, transport, railroad crew. Now I'm done. Oh, okay. I'm going to fall apart physically someday. Almost lost it mentally. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Indigo, yeah. You know what? Some of the stories that we have to share. I've had a lot of you talk about some of the things and in indigo. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay. I really you told me earlier about what happened with your wife and the son. I didn't repeat that, but yeah, that was a tough one. Just to have to get over that. I don't know exactly the whole gist on that, but gosh, that's a tough one to have to get over. I mean, personally, myself, I've seen family members. I mean, I lost my brother when I was 24 years old. I mean, he lost his wife, and she had cancer, and he ended up not handling it well, and he ended up losing his life. He went out to Utah trying to reenact where they had a honeymoon, and he fell off a cliff or jumped. We don't know, but he fell to his death, and we never saw his. And he was missing for 3 weeks. The rescuers had to find him. So I mean, I lost my brother like at a young age, and so I mean, I've lost family members. Like lost my parents, my dad, my mom just died. So I've lost people, and I've lost a lot of friends that I've known. I mean, it seems like with me, people flow through my fingers. My family seems to. Nobody's permanent. It's like that, that song Hurt by Johnny Cash. Everyone I know goes away in the end. It's like, I kind of know that because people just seem to, like they're a revolving door in my life. People come into my life, I can't get too close to them just knowing that somehow they go away. I mean, it's like friends. I've had friends of mine that passed away young even. So girlfriends, wife, I mean, it's just, and sometimes I say to myself, yeah, but is it me doing it? Am I pushing people away? I'm not door slamming everybody. Sometimes people drift away. Yeah, I don't know if I will survive that kind of pain until it arrives. I just choose to live another 2 years of darkness. Oh, come on. No. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but I mean, what I'm saying is that part of me, I'm at a point in my life, I'm going to tell you something that I keep in. I'm at a point in my life where I choose to stay alone. I don't even have pets right now because I've had pets in my life that I lose. Even cats and pets, they're temporary. You see them, they come in your life, you love them, and then you see them get old, and then all of a sudden they pass. And you see people just, come into your life. And so sometimes you reach a point in your life, you don't want to love anybody. It's like you keep yourself purposely alone, so you don't have to lose anybody. I'm sorry I'm getting like this. Sometimes these are things that bug me, is that I don't want to. It's like part of me almost thinks that it's my fault. Like they get too close to me and something happens to them. They go away. And I don't. So it's like, it's too many times it's happened. Too many times it seems to happen where you don't want to get close because you just don't want to see them go. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's just, see, everybody's got a vice, and I think a lot of times as INFJs, we'll never tell anybody that. I'm only saying this because I don't know. I just felt like I could. I think we all have little skeletons that hurt us. I mean, whether it be physical or whether or not, but there's always something that's a crutch in there. And with me, that's what it is. And I feel like even if I got too close, if I got into a relationship, I know how my relationships end up. I've told you that on videos before. I've mentioned this, that I get involved with women. I get involved in a relationship, and I can have that happen. But I get deep in love, and all of a sudden my heart starts getting too overly filled, too overly whatever it is. And then all of a sudden I feel like I'm drained. I've told you this before. I always feel like I'm depleted. And then I feel like I have to distance myself, and just as the romance gets nice, and all of a sudden I start sabotaging, because all of a sudden I feel depleted, I feel empty, I feel weak, I feel drained, and then I start staying away, and then things start falling apart. It's like I can't even really keep a long-term relationship because that happens. And I don't want to, and it's like you don't want to hurt anybody. You don't want to say, oh, well, just keep it up until you can't. It's like, yeah, but you kind of, it's kind of not fair to break somebody's heart over and over again either. So you learn that you just, there's certain limits you got to keep to your heart. You can't get close to people anymore. See, this is something that I think we all go through. And maybe not everybody, maybe somebody's found their soulmate, but a lot of times I think this is what a lot of times we as this personality type, how we rationalize things. At least that's the way I thought about it. But it's like somehow you feel like you're doomed, like you were meant to have to be isolated. It's just your plight in life, and nothing you can do about it, But, let me see. It's easy to withdraw. Yeah. I'm with you, Tom. I understand. Do you mean overly emotional? Oh, you mean like with me, I think a lot of times it's just the whole idea of, when you're in a romance, you're in love, you give your heart. And even if you hold your heart back, sometimes you get that point where you say, I'm not going to love so much. But still, there's a tax. There's still a toll on you being involved in a relationship. I mean, I know people go through relationships and they can stay together for 20, 40, 50 years. I mean, my brother's got a sweetheart he met in junior high he's still with. He's married to her. I know it can happen. But with me, I think it's just the whole idea of being involved, the whole, when I'm involved, I feel like I'm at obligation. I feel like my freedom's gone too. Some of it is that. I don't feel like I have my independence, my autonomy anymore. It's not all about the emotions. I feel like I'm obligated. I feel like I owe something to somebody because I'm given, because you're in a relationship. You feel and I don't know. It's just like a whole bunch of different things that kind of creep up in there, where you feel like that sense of like I said, obligation and things. So there's a lot of different things, and of course the whole romance part, the whole intimacy part, as beautiful as it is, when it's all said and done, a lot of times it starts kind of taking a toll on your mind, on your whole self. At least with me, it always did. And I always felt like I wasn't myself anymore. There's so many little things that go on in my mind that I can't quite put it into words. You know, I think with me, it's trust issues. I need to feel safe. Yep, that's right. I'm not ashamed to say that my mother trauma affected my relationships. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah. Do you mean overly emotional? I'm with you. I understand. Yeah, it's easy to withdraw and to feel safe. Yeah. I think a lot of it was, I mean, gosh, my mom and dad broke up when I was like 3 years old. Yeah, so I lost my dad. I never really had a father. And then my mom was always, I had brothers and stuff, but it always just seemed like anytime you got close to somebody, they were, you know, they just never really stuck around long, you know? Well, you felt like my oldest brother passed away at 55. My mother was only 57. Yeah, you lost you lost your mother and your brother. Yeah, I lost my last brother who passed away, it was 10 years ago. He was 62. He'd be in his 70s now. He was my oldest brother. Yeah. Yeah. Abandonment. Yeah, I think a lot of it is abandonment. Yeah. I think it started at an early age. I think it was because, my father kind of left, and but I never quite felt safe, like with my whole family. Now, my mom, she didn't abandon or anything. She was always there, but she always, I don't know. I mean, my mom, I think she did the best she could to raise us. I mean, she was always there to talk. She was a talker. She'd always try to talk about things. And I told you, I thought she was an INFJ. She had a way of speaking. She was very spiritual, very like enlightening, spiritually wise. And she always talked about, the stuff I just said earlier about that ache in your heart and how your soul has to find, how it's a test, things like that. My mom, a lot of that came from her. And I think a lot of it, those were some of her talks that she said, those aches in her heart, these pinings in our hearts are all necessary. It's all our looking for God. That was her teachings. She'd talk like that all the time. She was very spiritual. I mean, I do remember that. It's just, but I did notice over the years, it's like, like I said, pets, there were a couple of times that we got a dog. I mean, I've always seen pets and things like die, very young, or just like anytime I get attached to somebody or something, even pets, they go away or they get hit by a car, and it just seemed like a pattern. So I decided it was almost like like anything that got close to me was. So I don't know. That's one of the reasons I stay alone. I have to. It's like, but that was just my own crutch. That's just the way I am. But I feel like I'm doing people a favor by not getting too close. As weird as that sounds. I don't know. Maybe I could be overdoing it. I could be over exaggerating it. But listen, listen. If the right person comes along in my life, if I meet somebody, it would have to be one of those. Okay, the skies open up, and like I meet this soulmate of my life. Of course, I'm going to invite her in. I wouldn't say, okay, I'm not doing it because I got all this baggage. I mean, but I'm sure I would be guarded. I'm sure I would be, rightfully. But a lot of times, I mean, I think the reason that was necessary in my life, it all came down to the fact that I always longed for somebody. I think we all do. As human beings, we do. It's not just me. We all do. We long for some kind of company, completion. And when we think we're depressed, we think we're lonely, we're sad, a lot of times we think somebody's going to fill that void in us, But I had to realize that nobody is going to fill you. You have to be filled by your spirit first. You have to have your soul. You have to find grace with God first. And before you can love anybody, you have to find that fulfillment first. Now, my mom used to say that to me too. She used to say stuff like that. You have to be filled in your heart before you can find anybody else. And you can't rely on somebody to fill your void. It has to be God. It has to be your spirit filled before you can feel completion with somebody. Well, I feel like I found that. I do. And then the last year or so, like I said, I started this channel right after I found like that thing. It was like all kind of came right into a certain play. It was almost like this channel was part of a design in a way. I've reached a certain point in my life where this channel, I mean, just me talking here on the camera, just knowing you're out there, it's helping me too. You know, just the idea of having some kind of connection here. Okay, I mean, I may be sitting alone in my house right now, talking to a camera, but I'm not talking to a camera. I'm talking to you out there. So this does help me. And I think that was part of my therapy as well, is it's just to know that I have this channel, this network, this that you're out there, you're watching videos, and it's my way of like saying things. It's my way of like actually shedding a little bit of wisdom too. So I think it's all for the right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read some of your. Okay, companionship is nice for the little while, but definitely need our alone time. Exactly, peace. Exactly. I'm glad you had a good relationship with her. I missed out on that. Yep. I enjoy your channel. Of course, thank you. All right. My mom was a narcissist. Oh, is that right? So it's a lot of times our parents can do a number on us. If we got bad parents, especially moms. I mean, I'm not trying to single out moms, but yeah, they can do a real number on a kid, especially if they pin the kid against the parents or the father. You hear stories about that a lot of times. So they can really mess with a kid's head and gaslight. Plus, they're easy to gaslight because that's all they know, right? They're easy to kind of manipulate, yeah, especially if they're narcissists and things. Yeah. I mean, my mom wasn't perfect. I mean, I think she did little things along the way, but I mean, she tried her best. I mean, I think she, I mean, I had my bouts with her. I mean, she was my mom. I mean, but I definitely had arguments with her. I had some like disagreements with her at the same time. So it wasn't a perfect thing. I mean, she did her best though. That's all I can say. But what I can say though, the bottom line is a lot of my lessons that I say here are things that she told me, and a lot of things that I just learned on my own too. A lot of things we all learn on our own, right? It sure can, Tom. Yeah. Okay. I do that. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Okay, Tom. What astrological sign was your mom? Okay. Oh, that's an interesting. What is late December? Is it Sagittarius? I think she was a Sagittarius. If I was to guess, late December into early January, maybe right around this time. I mean, what is it? I think that's what it is. Capricorn? Oh, somehow I thought she said Sagittarius, but that seems to ring a bell. Like, I don't think she really followed too much of the astrological stuff. I mean, I don't know if she did, but Capricorn then, huh? Yeah, I know that there's certain dates that maybe Capricorn is in December too. We're talking like right around December, like late December, like right near Christmas, like 20th through like, let's say right around the first of the year. That could be Sagittarius. I'm not really sure, but anyway. If she was born on the 21st, so if the 21st would be Capricorn? No, she was born before that. So Capricorn was the 21st on, Maybe Sagittarius is the one just before that then. Yeah. Okay. I'm a Cancer. Indigo. Cancer on top of the INFJ. Oh, a Cancer on top of the INFJ. Okay. Through January 19th. Oh, okay. But that's Capricorn. So Sagittarius, I think she was Sagittarius. I seem to remember her telling me that. And I think that goes through the maybe the beginning part of December. Maybe that's it. So, but why does that mean something? Oh, does that because of the way she talked? Does she? I mean, I know a lot of times that there's certain personality traits that happen because of because of the astrological thing too. But me, I'm an Aquarius myself. So yeah, I'm a water sign. What is it? Water, air, or air or something. I thought it was a water sign. I always see the sign for the Aquarius is a dude with he's got a jug over his head, like a magnum, and he's dumping water. So I always figured that was a water sign. And plus it's aqua Aries, like Aquarius. It's like that's water in the name. But actually it's water and air, isn't it? And you think about it, Aquarius, aqua air. Like both of them. But maybe you could tell me what that means exactly. I figured it's something to do with water in there. Yeah. Okay, so that's LOL. Okay, yeah. So is everybody enjoying their live broadcast? It's weird, but I think it's air. Oh, somebody told me that too. You're not the first one. I always thought it was water because it's aqua, but air. Somebody else told me it was an air sign too. Yeah. She could have had some Capricorn in her. My mother and grandmother was Aquarius, and I got along better with my grandma. Yeah. Yes. Air sign. Oh, it is. Okay. So it is an air sign. Okay. All right. So, and here we got counterintuitive. Oh, counterintuitive. Okay. Counterintuitive. That's almost like a negative, like you're so intuitive, it's kind of things are going backwards or something. Yeah, something like that. Well, like I said, I've told that story before that my mom had very strong INFJ traits, and in fact, I believe she was one, but she passed away before I knew what the MBTI type was. She was 88. I mean, she was getting old anyway. She was getting weak toward the end. And she wasn't quite herself, but me remembering things about her in her life, yeah, my mom had a lot of INFJ traits. And so that was another thing that made me think that maybe INFJs are hereditary. And if I have that, it was because, I mean, it was either her strong influence on me, and plus the fact that I had a crazy life anyway. I mean, I ran away from home. I definitely had abandonment issues. I had trust issues. I had the typical traumas that happen to a young kid. I had a few of them. And so, plus, not to mention, I think my mom was INFJ. I don't know. So, funny thing, my mom and my grandmother were born on February 9th. Now, were they Aquariuses too? Or doesn't that turn into Aries or something? Then that turns into another sign just a few days later, like from like February 6th or like the 12th is like Aries or something, or Pisces or one of those. Oh, Pisces, I believe that's the water sign. That's the fish. Isn't that the one? Yes, both. Oh, they were both Aquarius. Okay, all right, so, yeah, all right. Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, I never really got too much into that. I mean, I know the sign and all that, but I never really got too involved. Yes, Pisces is a water sign, right? Yeah, I kind of knew that. That's the water. So, Yeah, I'd say a lot of times what seems to be something that is my belief and how is a lot of it is and a lot of people think has something to do astrological is my connection to my reality. And like I said, a lot of times I use examples about, like I said, like the forces of nature, physics, science, because these are things around us. A lot of times I think that that's where my inspiration comes from. And I've been like that naturally my whole life. This isn't just because, oh, that's what INFJs are supposed to do. I've always had that mindset where I would look at just, I would try to like see the way nature reacted, maybe animal nature, and the way the fight or flight in the way predators and prey and the way they adapt their ways about them. You know what I mean? Certain animals, I mean, how they use self defenses compared to other animals. I mean, an octopus has a different line of self defense than, let's say, than a porcupine. I mean, an octopus can literally, like, almost, you want to talk about a chameleon. The thing can change colors like the chameleon. Plus, the thing can, like, actually, like, almost like take the shape of a piece of coral. And heck, like it raises like parts of its like body into bumps. It's almost like an intelligent like version of a chameleon. It can actually look like it has like bumps on it, like a coral. It's so but a porcupine is just something as docile as it is. But I mean, it has those quills, so nothing wants to go near it. But I always used to use examples of that and how like certain animals had certain ways of self-defense. Some use like they run. They zigzag. They just have the ability to run, fight or flight. Some have a camouflage, and somehow there was a way of just taking all these little examples and relating it to how human beings, how our nature develops it in a spiritual, mental way, and how using those examples. And I've always been like that. So, and I think it was always just instinctive. And I'm always kind of looking out, seeing like, just those patterns and learning from them, using them as a way of educating from what I see. Skunk spray is nasty. Oh yeah, I know that. And there's a lot of skunks up around my area here. I mean, sometimes you go out, you know that like certain springtime when when they're waking up, you just smell skunk, and you got to kind of walk around. You just got to look around, and you're hoping you don't ever startle a skunk. You're kind of just going up to your house, and you want to make sure you're taking a look around you, so you're not getting that skunk hit you. So, but oh yeah, skunks are bad. Porcupines, you see them. You see possums. I mean, I got a lot of like wildlife around here. In fact, up in New Hampshire. I'm telling you, I see almost every bit of wildlife you can imagine up in these forests up here. I mean, I see bear. We got bear up here, black bear, white-tailed deer. I see them all the time. Turkey. I tell you, there are more turkey up here now than I've ever seen. I think they've made a huge comeback. I mean, turkey are as common as pigeons up here. Always seeing wild turkey up here. And flocks of them. I mean, big groups of them. You might see 30 at a time. And they're healthy looking too. Like they're getting a lot of good food to eat. I mean, healthy looking turkeys, well fed, just from nature. Yeah, there's lots of wildlife up in New Hampshire, tons of it. So, yeah, moose. I have seen moose in the past. You do see them every so often. They might just come trotting through your town, and I'll tell you, them things are as big as a horse. And one time I saw a moose, right? Get this, right? This goes back a few years. One was getting ready to cross the highway as a young moose, and that thing was like right near the side of a highway, and he gets startled, and he didn't know where to go. Well, he ran the other way, and I was entering an on-ramp, and he cut right in front of me. And that moose was running, and he galloped like a horse. I mean, have you ever seen a full gallop on a horse when they look like they're so large that their feet aren't really, they're going slow motion because they're a large animal. That moose looked like that. He had he just had that slow, like full gallop, like where he looked almost in slow motion, like his feet were that big. So, I mean, and that's how big they are. So we got moose up around here. So occasionally, not too often, but there's moose up here. And like I said, they're as big as a horse. Spoil the neighbors with some venison stew. Oh, that would be nice. I would like to. I'd like to. I mean, yeah, you got to get the right hunting permit. I guess the only time, if you ever hit, if you did hit a deer by mistake, you'd have to call like Fish and Game. And if you didn't spoil the meat, you could take that as a kill. You know, you could gut it and take the spoiled meat right there if you could, if it was salvageable. But you have to make phone calls first, and then you could take the meat. Or of course you could wait to hunting season and shoot it, or do it the old fashioned hunting way. But yeah, no, hunting's big up around here. Oh yeah, moose. You saw them up in Maine. Oh yeah, that's right. You've been to Maine before. Oh, big time. Moose are up in Maine. Yeah, that's like one of the. Well, they're up all through. Yeah, like I said, New Hampshire and Maine. They're up here big time. Yeah. Roadkill. Roadkill. Yeah. Yeah, you have to go through. Like I said, you have to call, make a few phone calls, and report that you hit a deer. They come out and investigate, and then they say, well, if you want the meat, yeah, you can take it. You can gut it and take the meat right now if you want it. Or call up a buddy of yours, and they'll come down with a pickup truck, and they'll come get it. And you hear stories like that all the time. And there you go, venison stew. Yeah, I've tasted venison a couple of times. I mean, I'm not like a big hunter. I tried it a couple times. I didn't have the patience. I tried hunting, but years ago. I just wish I had grown up around it a little more. I may have got into it more than I did. I didn't grow up as a hunter, but I would have liked to have. My flat pet Ponsum Slim. Oh, jeez. Oh, I take it you ran over a possum then, huh? Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Oh, you know what, people? I've been at this almost 4 hours tonight. I tell you, time really goes by. I feel like I'm wide awake right now. I had a lot to talk about. Yeah, I feel like, yeah. Make sure the deer is not rabid or even the chronic wasting disease. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. There's ways of telling sick deer. I mean, usually they just look at. Usually there's a lot of outer signs that they're sick. There's some kind of a brain worm they get too, and they'll keep running around in circles or something. And I don't think you can eat those either. If there's any kind of sickness in them, yeah, you can't eat them. There's parasites. They might get worms. Yeah, they are a wild animal. I believe with venison, you got to cook it thoroughly. You can't cook it medium well or medium rare like beef. I believe because it's wild, yeah, you have to cook it and have it all reach a certain temperature because it could have that natural worm in it. But you can kill it by cooking it. I mean, there's certain guidelines with venison you have to abide by. But zombie deer, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's the one with the brain worm in it or something like that, I believe. Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, but we'd have, like I said, I see deer tracks in my backyard all the time. I mean, I got woods right outside my house. I mean, I'm pretty much surrounded by trees. I mean, that's one of the reasons I picked the place I live in is because, I mean, I get neighbors around and stuff. I mean, I'm in a small trailer park, but I do have enough of a barrier between me and my neighbors where I'm not that close, and I got kind of trees dividing us, so I don't see them either. And I think they like it too. It's just the way it is, the way it's built here. And it's in kind of a nice rural town. There's a lot of rural towns up in New Hampshire. It's just very, very, remote. So there's plenty of stuff like that, plenty of places like that, which is good. Taxes are fairly low in the town. So, yeah. I ate goat in India. You went to India and ate goat there, Indigo? Oh, come on, did you really? Yeah. That's nice, Tom. When I had my farm years ago, there was a rabid deer, and we had to get rabies shot. Oh, no way, rabies shots, huh? I had to make sure my deer isn't rabid or even chronic wasting disease, right? Okay. Oh man, somebody fed me a rattlesnake and told me afterward, hey, listen, rattlesnakes I heard are very good. You just got to make sure you don't eat the head, obviously, but the meat is fine. Yeah, I mean, you just make sure you cut the head off and you got to burn that head. I guess you might make sure that that venom isn't going to be near you. You just don't eat rattlesnake head. But I guess the meat, from what I heard, it tastes like chicken. I heard it's a really, really, I've never tasted it. But out in Texas where you are, I'm sure rattlesnakes are probably delicacies out there. Some of them people love them rattlesnakes. They hunt them just to eat them. I don't know. That's what I heard anyway. I heard they're really good tasting. So I don't know. Yeah, it was like teriyaki. Somebody fed me rattlesnake, told me it afterward. It was good like teriyaki, huh? Teriyaki style. Yeah, I never had eaten a snake. Had How about frog legs? Um, I've never had frog legs. I've never had. I've heard that that's like a French cuisine thing. I guess they're like, yeah, you got to get the bullfrogs, eat the legs. Yeah. No, I've never tried those. No. No, the craziest thing I think I've ever eaten, I'm trying to think, is I went to Brazil about 28 years ago. I went to Sao Paulo, Brazil. I spent 10 days out there. And long story. I met a Japanese Brazilian girl, and she went back home, and I went down to spent a little bit of time down there, met her family and stuff. And well, bottom line is they had all this different Brazilian food, and some of it was like way different than our version of eating, you know. But yeah, they just some of their food. I thought I enjoyed it. You know, they had like fish water. It was a pork dish with beans, like black beans and stuff, and they called it fish water. And that was pretty tasty. Very rich food, but and there was a couple other things that were the way they prepared meat. They prepared meat like in a big, just big slab, and they'd cut bits of meat off of there. You know, they'd walk around this big giant slab of meat that was on a skewer, and the waiter guy, whatever, would come over, and then he just cut pieces of meat and put them on your plate. It was all like beef and everything, but it was just the way it was processed, the way it was tenderized, and what the rub they put on it, the way they seasoned it was really good, and it was tasty. But I mean, I enjoyed some of the food down in Brazil. I actually enjoyed it. But yeah, I just remember there was some exotic stuff that I never would have eaten here in the United States, down there in Brazil. So, oh yeah, they do, but the skin is not the same. Kind of thin and gross. Oh, you're talking about snake skin, or are you talking about the frog legs? Oh, all right. I don't know. I've never eaten frog legs. I'm sure that I guess they're like a delicacy though. They're like tender, and you just kind of nibble on them. You nibble them off the bone or something like that. That's I guess it was something like that. Yeah. Right. All right. So anyway, so I got 5 people watching right now. Okay, that's not bad. That's kind of cool. So it's 5, and I know some people are they're kind of indigo. Yep. Hello, people. Yeah, hi. If anybody's still out there, I had a bit of a technical difficulty. I ended up my phone died. I didn't realize it, but I had it. It hadn't charged in hours, and it was fully charged, and then it went off. So I do apologize about that. And I had to I had to plug it in, give it a charge, just enough to actually get it charging up again. Uh, well, people, I've been at it for almost 4 hours. I was at it longer than I would have thought. So if anybody's still out there, I got one watching, whoever that might be. I want to thank you all for showing up today, okay? And I do apologize about the whole technical thing. I got to keep better track of my phone charge, I guess. That's all. Uh, well, anyway, people, thank you so much for staying with me that long during this live broadcast. I must say I love it when you people show up. I really do. You really make my day when you're out there and I'm able to chat with you. And just seeing some reoccurring faces and voices. Actually, just knowing you're out there and I've seen you, it really makes my day brighter. I got to tell you. And hopefully, I'm doing the same for you. Hopefully, I'm brightening your day as well. Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure I touched base with you again, just to let you know that what was happening. That's all. Okay. All right. Well. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna end the broadcast today because I've been at it for so long. But I'm going to do another one of these sometime soon. I'm going to have to make sure I put a post though. I'll have to make sure you know about it, so it wasn't so random. All right. Okay. Well, thank you again. And this is Tom. I'm going to be signing off. And thanks again. And I'll see you again later. All right. Okay.